Oh my god, Kick is not working again. Oh no, start streaming. Yes. Cool. Okay. I think it's live. It's working. Yay. I guess then hard. Apparently Kick is working today. Unlike last time. I don't know. I don't know, it was failing, but it's working now. So, ayo. Sorry, I'm just saying the things. Talks about. No. Siri. Siri bot. Siri bot. Did it work? I'll make sure that this actually is the thing. Hi, Drago. Hi. It's just again. I'm doing the post for the thing. Hope y'all are doing well. I think. Wait. Is that. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Why are things taking so long to load? Why are they doing this? Why are you like this? Oh, there we go. This is the Destiny 1 tower, actually. The Destiny 2 tower is not that good. Isn't that live shadows? No, they're baked. They're baked. Which actually makes sense. They are indeed baked shadows. That's actually how Destiny 1 was. But they had a thing where they had dynamic shadows only for, the players. Which was an interesting way of going about it. For optimization reasons. Okay, I think I got it. Let me minimize that. Okay. I was hoping this world will do that too. In Unity, it's actually kind of tricky to do it. It's tracking. Can you drift back to this? In Unity, it's possible to do that, but it's kind of tricky. It's not very straightforward to make it right. Pop. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, Stock. Hi. When was the last night I did a VRC stream? On Saturday night. A month ago! Give or take. I think it was like a month ago, yeah. I hope y'all are doing well. Welcome to the stream. Hi. We are here to, chill, have fun. The Kick stream is actually working this time. So we're chilling. It makes sense to be at the tower, right? And my ghost is with me. It makes total sense. It's working. Yeah. I don't know why it missed the last time. I think just Kick had an aneurysm of sorts. Hi, Koga. Hi. Welcome to stream. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. It's okay. Things drift. Is everything properly correct? That seems to be fine. We'll be alright. Wait, let me do the thing. Let me turn off that. Turn off this real quick. Oh, no, it's okay. We're good. I think. Yes, and then I see the YouTube version of Runic. It's the YouTube version. It's multiple Runics, They exist in multiple realities. Surprised to make your background Zavala's office for this past Tuesday stream. I don't know if the Zavala's office is actually in the Destiny 2 map I found, because the Destiny 2 map I found was actually massively incomplete. Like, massively. And the lighting was kind of shit too, so I'm like, you know what? Destiny 1's tower instead. Hi. Trust me, I went through multiple versions of multiple Destiny maps in VRChat for today. This is still the best one. That's the funny part. Go get some food. Have a good meal. Thank you for being here. Hope you managed to destroy the mosquito. Okay, bye-bye. Now the who's the Bunches? Where's Bunches? Where be? Where be? Where be? I see nothing. Oh, goddamn mosquito! Kill it with fire! Without making things caught on fire. And Tower's still better even though E2 had more shit. It's like... How can I say this? Destiny 1's tower is cozier. Because... I'll gas my room later. Just don't gas yourself by accident. Oh, sorry. You know, like I was saying, like earlier, my controller died. I'm only using this, so I only have fingers right here. I do miss the Destiny 1 tower. I think it was better from the pure simplicity, point of view. It was cozier as a result, you know? You had... Let me go to the camera. You know, go over there, there's the hangar with Amanda and all that. You know, go over there, there's the speaker thing, which is actually here, too. If there was an Iron Banner or whatever, go up there. You know, there we go. Or some special event, just go up there. Go down if you want to go speak to the, you know, Zavala and so on and so forth, you know. You also found, like, shacks and so on there too, so it kind of makes sense. Everything was like closer together. There was less running around like a headless chicken. At the same time, this design was also made from the limitations that this thing had to work on the PlayStation 3, right? PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. Their RAM was tiny. All things considered, their RAM was tiny. So, this had to work. They had to make a place that would fit in the RAM, also having enough RAM and VRAM to fit. I think it was up to 16 or something Guardians in the same instance. Hi, Fitson, hi. I think it was 16, right? It was like... something like that. 360 was 512 of RAM. PS3 was 512 everything. While the 360 was a locked 512, the PS3 had a pool of memory that the GPU and the CPU would use as needed in a flexible way, basically. So they would need to make it all fit in PS3. Even though it was dynamic, you couldn't just use all 512, you know, for model and texture data, and suddenly you don't have GPU RAM to fix everything else, you know, and actually hold all the they didn't have shaders at the time, right? But they had to cache everything that was being rendered somewhere. That would be the VRAM. So it was a curious toss-up of having to make it all fit in both platforms. So basically, this entire place was optimized with that in mind. They had to make sure that this entire thing would need to fit at least in like 128 of RAM to leave a VRAM to leave another 128 for Guardians running around. Basically. That was basically it. That's how they were trying to, like, make it all fit. Right? So everything would need, like, 256 of VRAM to fit everything. Optimization. And they did a good job. I think in the end, they did a good job. Making all of this, fit in that. And you can actually see in the way this world is. Like, if you actually look at the world size, if I remember, go with the world information and so on, and this is 232 megabytes. It's a 232 megabytes package. Which makes sense when you consider that everything at the fit in 256 megabytes of RAM. Makes sense, right? It makes sense. It all makes sense. They did a good job, essentially. It's an evil thing. But hey, here we are. The Destiny 1 tower. With a little cantina over there, and so on. But day 2, they had more. So, and even then, this place was split, right? Because, for some reason, rules that size still takes a while to download for me. That would be maybe a strange setting somewhere in Firewall, maybe? Possibly. Destiny 1 did the trick, though, right? So, if you're going in this direction towards the hangar, right? Destiny 23, Disney, Halo, hey. Hi, Travis, hi. Like, if you were going here, right? I got hit by a ball. Can you do a flip? Hi, Mr. Bags. Yes, I can do a flip. It's a curious thing that everyone asks for. It's fascinating. Do a barrel roll. See? There's a flip. Hi, Angel. Hi. Welcome to stream. How are you doing? That's Edward. Hi. Ah, you good. You're right on time. Didn't dodge the boop. I did not. See, so we're going here, right? So this entire corridor, which is very interesting. Perfect. Heck yeah. If you were going through this entire corridor, the moment you went through this threshold of this door, this is actually an interactive loading screen. So that area fit. This one did not. You go through this corridor. Ow. Because it's a curve, you don't see that area anymore, so that unloads. This starts loading the next one beyond the curve over there. And that's how they did the optimization. Streaming the data as needed, everything to fit in 256 of RAM. And VRAM. So that's good, thank you. Hope you're doing well. I'm just showing how they were doing certain things. And so you'd go here. Things will break. Love hurts. Yes, yes it does. Things would break if everything was not loaded the moment you passed through this door. The doors were like the gateways. You know, something. I'm doing alright today. I'm kinda tired, but we're good. The moment you got here, that over there needed to be loaded. 100%. Which, more often than not, it was. Like, what, 99.9% of the chances was it was loaded. Unless your console was dead. And then you would fall off the world here. More or less here, or even through the staircase, you just fall off. The world wouldn't even be loaded completely, just pieces, and usually collision was not the first to be loaded. Which is funny. So you'd fall down. Same thing when you go back. It's interesting, actually, to look at all this. and see what life is, right? Let's go up. I'm sorry for the strange motions I'm doing. It's because, like I said, my controllers are dead. I only have finger tracking to move, which is virtual thing. I do a pinch with the middle finger and the index, and it's like a little virtual joystick. Nowadays, need to optimization. Just put frame generation. No, that's no. Devs who do that, fuck them. Just saying that. Just saying that. Frame generation sounds sick. Yeah, just an hour ago. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better quickly. It's because of the frame generation bullshit that we have games running like horse shite. You know? Terrible. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, you know? Back in Destiny 1's day, you had to make a game fit in 256 VRAM, you know, and still look like this. Frame gen on my Evi and we good? If only it worked like that, you know? And it still looks this good, you know? It still looked this good. In VR, you can't do that. Frame gen does not work in VR. So you either know what you're doing and optimize your stuff, or you don't, and your stuff is gonna run like shite. So, it's complicated, you know? It's all these little things. I think Earth High, welcome stream. Hope we're doing well. So I appreciate, you know? When devs do things the old-fashioned way. Or more like, not the old-fashioned way, the way it should be done. You know? They actually put effort into their stuff. You know? Or you actually have to optimize. Look at things, make sure if in this direction. And use profilers for this, right? It's not all just eyeballs. Oh my god. It's not all just eyeballs. Memory is consumed by one Google. That is the hilarious part. Yes. Nowadays, that not even the Google Chrome page has just a tab is that much RAM. Sometimes more. And it's like wow. How did we get there? I think there's only one good thing about the RAM crisis. Just one, okay? Only one. The good thing about the RAM crisis is because everything is getting so expensive, devs are gonna have to optimize again, you know? Because a lot of people probably will not have the RAM that frame gen needs. Because frame gen eats up RAM, by the way. Percent GPU just for your stream tip. What? Really? What? How? That's crazy. That's crazy. But Dan's playing more GPU than RAM now. That is. I don't understand. But you know, I really think that the good thing about the RAM prices is optimization is gonna be king here. My what? I don't understand. I'm gonna pretend I understand and go from there. You know, I'm gonna pretend I understand and go from there. So. Just nod, yes, yep. Yeah, just nod and say, yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just, you know, ah. It's a sorry about that. It's just weird to me, right? When you had, like, these games fitting in smaller amounts of stuff, you know, and then you had entire open worlds, you know, that needed to fit in that amount of RAM. And now you have games saying that you need frame gen as the minimum requirement. No. I wouldn't go that far, but I wouldn't go that far, but I'll say that those days is when I think innovation and optimization hit its peak. You know? That makes sense? It's when everything hit its peak, right? In terms of a whole lot of things. It's very tricky to maneuver, but I'm kind of managing it. Jump. Thank you. Doom 1 was a marvel of craziness. Just saying. Doom 1 was a marvel of craziness. There's more of you over there. And here are the shots. And here the leader of the Red Jacks. And then, you know, the usual offer. Where the three of them will be there. Makes sense, right? I see why it's updating using 5 updaters. Sure. That's confusing to me. Ooh, that's very bright. Yeah, the ceiling light. Yeah, there's a lot of ceiling lights. That I suppose that makes some sense. So it's kind of bright. I don't think that's how it works. That's how they think it works, but it's not. You know, so yeah, don't you love it? Nah. It maths out. Nope. Nope. The speed is still the same, right? So it'll still bottleneck everything, which is complicated. It'll still bottleneck the entire thing, which is hilarious. But, you know. I think it's a thing, right? Oh, yeah, I'm sure that the PC won't feel it, but it's a curious situation where some things will just break. 1% CPU. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. That makes sense. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. It is evil. But it's okay. Well, let's turn around and show the traveler behind us, because you know it's nice. I think. Oh my god. Okay. 1% GPU, 70% RAM, 1% network. Yeah, it's just chilling. It'd be chilling. The GPU was a lot, but you know, still chilling. Oh my god. We can fall off, which is a long drop, and then, you know, You die, you appear here again. It works. Kinda. Sorta. It's actually interesting because from the Destiny 2 tower, you can see the Destiny 1 tower. And from the Destiny 1 tower, you can see other towers around. Some under construction, which we can say it's the Destiny 2 tower. Before it was made or finished. Restarts the PC. Wait, what? I don't think that... What? I don't... That's weird. Just saying that. It's kind of weird. That is kind of... Yeah, if you kill Explorer, that's what's gonna happen. In general. You know, this is the part I say, just use, you know, like, CashOS or something. Just save yourself that trouble called Windows, which is a virus itself. Just putting that out there. Windows is a virus. So yes, if you have Windows installed, you have a virus in your computer. It eats up RAM. A lot of RAM. Unnecessary at times. It's complicated. It's complicated. Let's put it this way, and I love using this example, right? I love using this example. Steam Deck, right? Running Cyberpunk. With its specs, you can run Cyberpunk just fine. Medium settings, some set to high. 30 frames per second stable. You install Windows on your Steam Deck. Why would you do that? But for the purpose of this exercise, let's assume you installed Windows on your Steam Deck. You're crazy, but stay with me here. You try to run Cyberpunk on this same Steam Deck, but with Windows. You know what happens? Cyberpunk says no. Yeah, I think that says everything. Right? So Cyberpunk says no. So there's that thing. I gotta go high stream. Hope we're doing well. So it's complicated, you know? It's a complicated thing. Very complicated thing. Random reason I use RGB on my PC is to know it really turned off when I told it to do so. I don't think that's a good... I mean, I see the logic. But, nah. So try the option to update and power off. Yeah, then it stays updating, so it may or may not be on at times. Even if, things, it's weird. Computers are strange, but that makes sense. I can see the logic when you do the update and power off. I haven't updated my Windows in a while, actually. Because they're doing some very dubious updates, so I actually like, keeping updates off. It's like with my Quest Pro, right? That's why my Quest Pro still works. You lost power. Nice. That's nefarious. May the power come back to you. Quickly. It's an evil thing. But, you know. Bleh. I'm sorry. I've been sleeping like poo recently, so I apologize. I'm sleeping like poo recently. It's nefarious. I'm hoping that maybe Monday or something I can sleep some more, you know? Maybe. Possibly. One can hope. Only I do it when I go to sleep and turn off the screen so around time to brush my teeth and use the toilet. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. My cousin did the update once he killed his OS and to help him get his oh no, that sucks. Damn. Damn, that's evil. Yeah. Well, at least managed to recover the file, so that's good. It's like it's one of those situations where like the cloud stuff like Mega and Google Drive are nice because they keep auto saving things, but get up on PC didn't come back on. Oh, that makes sense. That's evil. 5 hours of Googling, but yeah, I got this in files. Yeah, that's the spirit. At least the 5 hours works. Why no sleep? Because bad sleep. That's it. There's no other reason. It just happens. Yeah, like for example, I use Mega for my cloud stuff related with work and work, basically everything I do here. Work and model things and stream VODs. I actually have a Mega account just for that. So it's constantly saving stuff that I do in there. Just saving it. It works out. It's pretty fun and nefarious. But useful. That saved me before already. So that was good. That's how I recovered some pictures that I was playing, for example, I do play NTE, Neverness to Everness. For some reason, had this peculiar foresight. I don't know, just something told me. Sync the screenshots folder. Good thing I did, because one of the game updates that added, I don't know why they did that, but they did. For some reason, one of the updates that added, like, this simulated Twitter to the game. So you could, like, share screenshots and shit. What happened is that update deleted the screenshots folder. And I'm like, well, good thing I have it on Mega then. And boom, recovered everything. Advantage, But it's, but that was a minor thing, but since I use it also for my files and stuff, everything is always there. I have it synced across 2 computers, actually. So I always have a backup of everything. As per those 2 computers. One is this one, which is the VR only computer, which is over there. I'm pointing at it, like you can see it. It's over there. Yeah. You don't see it, but it's right over there. Obviously, on Google Drive, I was losing the files for the one where I made. Yep. I actually need to do that to this model. I didn't put it in Mega yet. So I gotta do that. I use Google Drive for other things. So I keep it separate. I use Google Drive when it's like more personal things. Work stuff is Mega, Google Drive, personal things. The reason is essentially cost. Google Drive is more expensive. Google Drive is more expensive for the same amount of space than Mega. So I just use Mega for that. For large quantities of... And I have terabytes. Hi, Neko. Hi. Yes, it's the D1 Tower. $1 a month for 100 gigabytes. I don't remember now. I remember at the time I checked and Mega was cheaper. And I'm at the, what was it? 10 terabyte option right now, I think. Yes, everything I have is right now about everything that is work, right? It's at like 8 terabytes, give or take. which is a lot. My camp outside is all pink. You guys rebooted. You definitely do. Yep. Yep. Fear to D1 Tower. Dun 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 dun. Figured it would be fitting to be here today with the traveler behind us. Us, you know, me and my book and my mini me, but my mini me is off screen because she's too small. If I walk back, so you can see her. See, there's shit. If I walk backwards, you can see her. It's IP. Yeah, power going out is great, isn't it? IPs change, things die, stuff stops syncing, blah blah blah. Total disaster. Yay. So cool. Yay. No. No. It's terrible. Well, you know, I think it's a good sight, right? A nice sight. Just look. There's the traveler above the city. Let's go. I knew it was Kathy's stream, but you're here. How can you be losing if you're here? See? It all makes sense now. You're not losing it. You're here. You're here. Not losing automatically. It makes sense. Don't worry about it. Trust me. There is no losing. There is finding. I lost before I got here. I mean, that's fair. You lost a couple of minutes, I guess. You lost a couple of minutes. Which kind of makes sense, I guess. It's an evil thing. It's an evil thing. Also, good news, I think. I think it's good news. At least for me, it's good news. Because I'm really sad about it. Steam Frame might be around the corner. End of this month. We will know something. We will know something. Because reviews, the embargo for hardware reviews, you know, like they did for the Steam controller. The embargo ends on the 23rd. So everyone is just gonna go and pump out those reviews. All on the 23rd, 24th, and so on. Yes, you need to get ready to buy it. You need to get ready. So since that is the embargo date, maybe the next day, or even the very same day, or a couple of days later, because I think they're giving enough time, like with the Steam controller. Don't need reviews, it's going to be sold out. Oh yeah, absolutely! It's absolutely gonna happen. Absolutely. This is gonna go up in smoke. Everything is gonna be sold out. They're still gonna do the reviews, which is nice, because, you know, the reviews will go through, like, details and stuff that maybe we don't know about yet, or we only heard about, but never actually saw how they made it all work. So we're gonna see that. We're gonna see that. So if they do it like they did with the Steam controller, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be like reviews start appearing on the 23rd and 24th, because time zones are a thing. So some may appear on the 24th instead, and maybe 25th. Boom. With the scalpers team, yep, that's apparently what they're gonna do. Which honestly makes sense, because scalpers completely wrecked the Steam controller launch day. That was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. Just saying that. I got mine, fortunately. It's great, and I love using it. It's probably the best controller I've ever had, not counting the Sega Saturn controller, because that was indeed the best controller ever for fighting games. I like fighting games, so, you know. Yeah! 25 stream! Yeah! Nice, nice, nice. Mer. Mer. So, you know, it's like, they're gonna do the whole like they did with the Steam Deck, there's gonna be a reservation. I want to do the reservation as soon as possible. Um, the thing is that apparently the actual release will be like the end of June, start of July, where it's gonna be properly purchasable. Of course, if there's the whole reservation thing, that's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna stay awake for that thing, like I did for the Steam controller. I woke up with an alarm 10 minutes before so I could boot up everything, go to the page, and be there waiting. Just anything. So you're gonna talk prices and stuff. Let's see how it goes, right? But of course, you know what this means. We're gonna know the day where this. Am I pointing in the right way? Yes. Where the Donathon, is gonna close. Because the release day is the day that this ends. Of course. 12 of them, then wait and list them on eBay for another 100 and they are sold out. You can't because there's gonna be like only one per account. Apparently. So, you can't do that. Which makes sense. At least for this launch, right? At least for this launch. It's only gonna be like one per account. I have a few accounts. I have 5. I have 5. But it's like 5, but they're test accounts for when I want to take like specific screenshots in VRChat. So what I do is actually boot up other Steam accounts that have their own VRChat account to add NPCs to a scene, basically. That's what I do. That's why I have that many. It's not because I use them. It's basically NPC accounts. That's what it is. They're just NPC accounts. To just have that. So, of all those millions of users there, 5 are me. Nice biceps. Thank you. I will be stuck on stream. Long time no see. Let me show you the biceps a bit better, actually. Give me a second. Because I can flex on. That's a little bit better, right? I apologize for the hand tracking. It's currently a bit broken right now because I don't have controllers. So, it's a little bit strange and different. Ta-da! Probably using a little bicep I have soon enough. No, never. Always have the biceps. You can do it. You can do it. It's equal details, though. The armpit and stuff. I make sure I have things nicely detailed. Works out. Yeah. We started 5 days ago, so the lack of testosterone might affect only if you don't keep exercising it. As far as I know, anyway. Keep exercising it, you'll be fine. Take care, Fitzon. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. So just keep on trucking, keep on doing it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Where's that? I mean, it's less, it's just exercise. That's it. Not sure how to explain it. It's an exercise thing. Don't worry about it. You can do it. Welcome stream. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Hi. Dun, 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 dun. I just accidentally moved. Ah, that was indeed an accident. I apologize. What do you think? Ah! Did I forget to set up the wheel? I think I did. But, so I got a wheel spin, but no wheel. Let me go set it up. I knew I was forgetting something. It was the wheel. What is that? Throw stuff at me. Did it work? I couldn't see if it worked. I think it did. Maybe. We'll see. Let me, I'll check in a bit. There's a chance that, maybe something barked. There is chance. Did it appear correctly? I don't know why it's behind. Oh, yeah, it did not appear correctly. That's what I thought. There we go. It should now be correct. Yes, now it's correct. That's the spin. We do spin. Might have been, it could have been a small thing, yeah. Okay, where did it land? I can't see. Random outfit. Oh no. Okay. It landed in random outfit. So let me activate the randomizer. Hey, landed this one. That's fair. Hi. Landed in this outfit. It works out. Ta-da! Shorts with a tube top. Now, let me, there's actually something I need to see. To see if the thing is actually working or not. I can't see chat for a bit while I do this. Did it disconnect? Oh, it did disconnect. Let me start the thing again. It did disconnect. Sometimes the thing for the redeems to work at random disconnects. I don't know why, but it does. It's back. So the throwing things will work again. I can fuck the hi hi. I can stream. Up pretty well. Yep, it's working. I got hit. I felt it and heard it. Which is nefarious, but you know. We're doing well. It was a small thing, yeah. Just a little tiny thing. Just. And I'm gonna make sure I don't. Like, no clue what it was. Me neither. I couldn't see what it was. Let me just lock my moving. There we go. The camera's now locked here. Well, it moves with me, but you know, I am locked. I won't just randomly run unless I unlock myself in place. It's a thing. It's a thing. There's one thing that I'm gonna miss in the Steam frame, unless they added it in, and we don't know. Because from the the leaks and data mining, something about finger controls was found in the Steam VR stuff, related with some module. So maybe it does, but at least as far as we know now, finger tracking like this is not on the Steam frame. Hi, Yoshi guy. Hi, hi. Welcome stream. Wait, let me see something. Is this okay? It is. Oh. Oh, actually, that one drifted a bit. That's fine. So, you know, I will miss this of doing this. The controllers for the Steam Frame do have finger tracking, like the index controllers. It's not quite this. Yeah, it's a matter of someone doing it, right? Because even what the Quest Pro does and so on, and other Quest devices do, and the Pico and so on, and the what's the name, the Samsung XR, they do have the finger tracking, and it's essentially it's just visual, right? It's a visual thing. It sees the hands, it tracks them. So the Steam Frame is also seeing the hands. So it's just a matter of someone, if not Valve themselves, someone making an app, a Steam VR plugin that does the same, and automatically it'll work, right? So it's just a matter of time. Essentially, it's just a matter of time. That's all it is. Which is okay. You know, it's fine. It's just a matter of time. Because it's nice, right? I do have what's the name? A Project Babel lower face tracking, because the Steam Frame doesn't use that. So I'm gonna put that on the Steam Frame. Steam Frame does eye tracking, so that part is covered. So you know, I'll be able to do all the face stuff like you do now. Because yay, face tracking. Just this, but it's okay. I'll have controllers. It's okay. I'm good. So you know, it's just a matter of that being done. I apologize for the sneeze. Now it's sudden. I did not expect that. It just came out. I used for my first headset, the Stream Framer Pico 4 Pro. Pico 4 Pro is good. Yeah, it's a good headset. I think the problem is finding it at this point right now. Thank you. Yeah, I think the Steam Frame will be, I guess, a more versatile headset in a way, because the Steam Frame itself is um is a PC as well. So you can go out of the Steam big picture mode that you're gonna see in Steam VR, right? And you can go to the desktop. You can go to the actual PC desktop that the Steam Frame has. So you can use it like that also. So it's more versatile. You want to install things that you would probably install on your PC and so on, you can install it on the Steam Frame. Or, you know, things you'd install on your Steam Deck, you can install it on your Steam Frame, etc., etc. Which is nice, you know, it's really good. So basically, it's like, for example, if I have to go spend some days with family or something, like it happens, like around like Christmas time and New Year's time, usually what I do and take is my Steam Deck to use as my laptop, because I have this little wireless Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, so I just take that and I use the Steam Deck like a laptop. Just put it in its dock, and that's what I do. It's probably gonna be a bit easier if I just use the Steam Frame the same way. Hi, Junkie. Hi, hi. Like you, thank you. That's like it. Here's the shorts. Let me give it a good view of everything. If I move away from the camera. Ta-da! it's you know, it's one of many. It just it landed on the outfit randomize, and where's the wheel? Is it here? Yes, on the wheel, and here we are. There's also actual, like, redeems for the wheel, and it automatically, not the wheel, channel points and randomizer also work. Who knows what can happen? Who knows? Something can happen. I've landed on this. uh, no. No. There's a raccoon inside my top. What? Oh, wait, it's me. Ow! Holy Jesus Christ. That wasn't nefarious, you know? That was nefarious, you know? Just suddenly, boom! Just boom! Ball. Just ball to the face. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done to you? What is this? Wait, let me, Yep, Tracker is having a moment, isn't it? I think it is. How can I fix that? I think it's a little bit better. I may need to recalibrate the entire thing again. Later. Not now. We're good. You can tell there's something a little bit off. If I do this, it's fine. Just a little bit. Tiny little bit. See a raccoon walk past my house in shorts. Hey, listen, special kind of raccoon. It's us, the humanoid raccoons, Yeah. See? I got the tail. Prove it. See the tail? See? So it's okay. Well, right now, at this point, you're just seeing my back, but my back muscles. But it works out. You saw the tail for a bit. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Seeing cat girls are not cats. I mean, they're part cat. I guess. They're part cat? In a way. Kinda. Hey, dragons. Hi. Go to the stream. Right back at you. It works. Zap. That's the thoughts are good. We chillin'. We chatting. Hope we're doing well. We chillin'. We chatting. You should go to a TwitchCon in a full raccoon outfit. No! And I say, happy to hear that. Heck yeah. I will never go to a TwitchCon. Never. Yeah. I'll never go to a TwitchCon. And today, no one will know it was you. Yeah. Survey says. Wait, what does the survey say? What does it say? I mean, I think people will figure out it was me, but just saying, I mean, if I ever do go one day to a TwitchCon, I will just say, or not say it's me, basically. I'll just go as a normal person going there. I'll just go as a normal person going there. I know like 10 raccoon streamers, but do you know 10 raccoon silly tomboy streamers with my voice? Thought so. How many are buff tomboys? Yeah, exactly. See? Probably not many. Probably not many. Probably not many, so. Damn. are mute, so, one could be you. Dum dum dum! Are they mute? The huge tattoo on her back. Yes! Ivory, hi. I can't see him. Isn't it? It's a nice listening one world. Hope you're doing well, Marie. Hi. The tower. The Destiny 1 tower. Yeah. Actually surprised the music is not playing. It should have been. Yeah, again, favorite guns were Last Word. An Icebreaker, yes! Icebreaker was great! Last Word is fun. I do have you should remember. Am I showing it correctly? I can't tell. Awake from a nap. Hope it was a good nap. Welcome to the world of the awake person people. Yes. What was a good nap? Gallhorn was drawn when they let Zur sell it. Yes. Yes, they did. It was funny. It was funny. She was very evil. Yeah. I do hi, welcome stream. So this is my cheese, this is pepper jack. Let's see find out if it'll fix me or not. Hopefully. Hopefully it will. I am evil, yeah. Actually, here's an interesting question, Since you're all here, you're all here. It's very nice. No, nefarious. Boo. Nefarious. Anyway. So, I was wondering, okay? You're not here, just you're typing. It's okay, don't worry about it. Your typing is you, it's your representation. It'll work out. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. So imagine this, right? Y'all may have noticed that, have the Twitter, which is Kathy Reina Gaming, and the other is Kathy Reina VR, right? Gaming is for the both gaming, makes sense, and the dev stuff I'm doing. Although I haven't shown anything there in a while, but that's what it is. What it is for. And the VR one is, as the name implies, VR. Makes sense, right? Or tech. VR tech, primarily, right? But. I haven't been posting, like, pictures there. Like, of me doing things or actually showing things there. Should I just post it there? Like, how can I explain this? Showing the model, showing things and photography stuff. Should I do it in the VR account? It's kind of related because it is the thing. The thing is, it's not just that, right? Because I've actually been wanting to do it. But my problem is, does it fit there? Especially with gym stuff that I want to do. Right? And show off the gym stuff. Should I just do it in the VR account? And treat it like the VTuber account also? Or make a proper account for that? Because I shared a lot of tech there too. In VR. That's pretty much all I talk about. Say it's in VR. I think that's fine. Yeah, it's like very complicated, That's what I'm thinking. Do it there, right? Or make a different account for it. Like Kathy Arena VT, Kathy Arena Fit, Kathy Arena Photos. I don't know. Or just keep it in the Kathy Arena VR. That's what I've been thinking for the past, like, 2 weeks. It's a complicated thing. I think it's fine. I was kind of wondering what y'all think about that. I've been conflicted about that, right? About how should I do that? No need for new account. Lordy, man. Hi, Mariah. Hi, hi. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Keep it in Kathy VR. Well, Kathy Reyna VR in this case. Kathy Reyna VR. Possibly. I could do that. Suppose I could. Apologize profusely to everyone that follows me for tech. Because I do have some people that follow me for the tech stuff, which is funny. They follow me for the tech things that I comment about. So, so it's a thing. Praise the Tanuki. It's over there in the corner. Am I pointing in the right direction? I think so. Yes. Yeah, I guess no need for a no account. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I was just wondering, right? Because it's been jumping around in my head. Let's say it's head monkeys. It's primarily head monkeys. Primarily head monkeys. Because there's a few things that I don't really want to show there. So, it's complicated. This is very complicated. It's very complicated. There's a lot of things I would not want to show in the tech account. If that makes sense. Mm. 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 Oh, VR account, but you know. I'll say. Let me check something. Wait, I thought there was music in this thing. Maybe there was at the start and then it stopped. I think that's what happened. I think there was at the start and then stopped. Pretty sure that's what happened. Oh well. It's okay. It's okay. Could be worse. Maybe. I only found you because you kept commenting on the frame on Twitter. See? Exactly. Tech. That's what I thought. Oh, thank you for finding me. I hope you like my thingies. I do talk a lot of tech and VR tech because I'm absolutely a dorky nerd about tech, especially VR. You know, thus the VR in the name, in the account. Uh, I hope you enjoy it. I usually just also do gaming and dev stuff, but it's an evil thing. I've been wondering, how to handle it. Should I just keep that for VR, tech, Linux? You know, still RT a few things, but it's complicated. Because, there's certain things that I would not post there when I do, oh, thank you, Stream Elements. Or even just put it on Instagram, but I'm trying not to use Instagram. Kids things. Make a new channel? You treat it as a new launch, probably. It would be... Oh, shit! Right! Oh, there's a new thing! Look at that, see? Look at me. Moderator for 5 years! Yeah! Thank you, Rugi, for being here. All this time. And being an evil mod of Doomy Doom. Couldn't have done it without you. This is your... It's like, it wouldn't be a new... Twitch would be the same, right? Twitch would be the same thing. I wouldn't change it. It'd be and my YouTube channel would also be the same. It would be just Twitter thing, essentially. That makes sense? It's be a Twitter thing. And if people start making Destiny 2 private servers, they already are, actually. That's already a thing. Hi, Buncho, hi. Thank you, Pookie. So it just be like a Twitter thing. Maybe connect it more to my Instagram in that case. I suppose. Maybe. Gotta think about it. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's complicated. I just try. I can see. It'd just be for photos, gym stuff, model, showing off. Well, I could do it in VR. Yeah. Machines are you looking forward to after the segregated E3 last week? Nothing. Very little. Like Stellar Blade Blood Rain. Yeah. Looking forward to that one. Tomboy kicking ass. Yeah. How are you doing, Joshua? So far, so good. This is it's an evil thing. Just that one? That's the main one for me, honestly. Got a virus yesterday. Nice, congrats. There's not a lot that interested me. Like, the entire Sony presentation, for the most part, I don't care about it. That is what I meant. No. You're complaining you'd be too young looking, never seen a small. There's Asian ladies that are 40 that look like they're 20. So, yeah. Yeah, laundry. Yes, pretty much. I couldn't care less about that thing, for example. God of War laundry. Couldn't care less about it. So I'm just primarily looking forward to what was the other game? Just age well until we suddenly. Yes, it's a sudden thing. They're fine, and then they're 35, look like they're 19. Yes, exactly. Isn't that great? Genes. It's a gene thing. It's a gene thing. Just like, I'm not looking forward to much. I guess Ace Combat. I'm really curious about Ace Combat 8. I guess having a Tomboy there helped. AAA Gaming has lost its soul for a long time now. Exactly. It really did. It really did. The moment you have an actor. Attention, this is Matadis on Jack Quaid. I think Jack Quaid is great. Okay? But the moment you have an actor in a mocap session in a cube harness, there's something wrong with the game dev. There's something wrong in game dev. And then they wonder why things are so expensive. You know, it gets to a point that maybe, just maybe, hear me out, just maybe, they're going too far. Just maybe. There's a chance, a possibility that perhaps, perchance, things are going too far. You know, just putting that out there. I think it's a good possibility, you know. Not dissing Jack Quaid. He's just doing what he was paid to do. Be in the mocap suit with a cube harness and be in the mocap sessions. That he's just doing what he's told, right? I wouldn't say 100% chance. I am sure that from the name alone of God of War, it's gonna sell enough to at least break even, right? but it won't sell what it probably should to actually have enough profit. If that makes sense, right? Let's look at the fact that Spider-Man 2, Millennials writing, what could possibly go wrong? That too. That too. Let's look at Spider-Man 2 that had to sell 8.5 million copies to break even. Do you know the monumentally huge number of copies sold that is? God damn it, ads. I'll wait before I continue. I'll wait. Just gotta wait 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. The ad minute. I'm gonna drink something in the meantime. Where's my drink? Where's my drink? There it is. Here's my tea. I found it. We're good. mm, mm, mm. Ah. Okay, so I think the ad finished. What? Thank you for the headbutt. So, you know, there's like having to sell 8.5 million copies of something to break even. Not profit, break even. Everything past 8.5 million is the profit. There's something wrong with GameNet. Intended look 45. 19. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Ad's over, did I? No, I waited. I took a drink while I was, while the ad was going on. I took a drink for that instead. So, you know, it gets to a point that they can't complain. New keyboard. That makes sense. Like, they can't complain of rising costs in game development when 50% of the reasons for the rising costs, it's not the dev part, it's their fluff. You know? It's the fluff. That is the real problem. The fluff. Not the development itself. That is also already more expensive as it is. It gets to a point. It gets to a point that just no. Fluffy and no, fluffy. Fluff, as in useless, unnecessary. Yes? I see my name being called. Oh, sorry, let me stretch my back. Bloat. Yes, thank you, bloat. Bloat is the best way. For context, back in my day, games were just text. If we were lucky, the story being mentioned in text. Maybe, just maybe, at pixel art with 2 frames of animation looping while the text was scrolling. You missed what I said. I don't know, a lot of people are talking and I was talking too, so what did you say? Can you just repeat it? To help a bit. Because, you know, things are scrolling, I'm talking, I missing things happens. And I can't scroll. I don't have controllers. Scrolling with finger tracking does not work. In general, scrolling in VR doesn't work very well. But even worse like this. What did you say or ask? Uh, it's an evil thing. I should try like there. The evil part is that I need to have the multi-stream chat, which is shit, but it's the only way of keeping up with everything. But I miss some stuff, and I hate the fact that Chatterino does not support more stuff. I really hate that. Chatterino will just make it way easier to keep track of chat, but no. Chatterino was like, "No, we're for Twitch. We let you set up other things, but Twitch is the only option." And I'm like, "What is the point?" So there's that. Uh, oh, it's okay. It's part of a big conversation about triple A's being too expensive, take too long to make, and it makes them unsustainable. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, it really is. It really is. It doesn't help that then they have, like in the case of Laufey, to name just one, or they have we could use Spider-Man 2 as an example, and even Wolverine itself, um, where they have these people that then grab the model that was body scanned from the actor and then do their damnedest to spend the money in finalizing the model and making it look worse than the actor. You know, that's another conversation too. That's another conversation too. You know, so faces are not hard. Look at Resident Evil. Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. So there is. So, I'm not doing the meme. Just saying. Just saying. Not doing the meme. Low budget movies, games, and to make a great project gets very big and popular. Yes. Yes. Exactly. I mean, for movies, if an example, we have the Backrooms recently. You know, it did great. Good movie, low budget, but you know, it's good. It's good stuff. Even other games, lots of indie games that are small. You know, they're solid, focused. They know what they need to do without fluff. Bam, they get popular. Two bigger movies right now are indie. Yes, that's the funny part. Yes, that is indeed the funny part of it all. Is that they uh spend 500 mil on something and shut it down in under a month. Yep, yep, yep. Pretty much. Yep. It's complicated, It's like good management. Everyone who was with me in the back rooms of the movie were teenagers. I also heard about that, yeah. I guess it was people that were following you know, the whole backrooms lore, I guess. Maybe. I could see that. I could see that. The whole backrooms thing really caught on with internet culture in general. So I could see that being a thing. So I can definitely see that. Uh, like, I'm going to be honest, right? We've reached the point of diminishing returns in games, right? It's like the more technology we have and more power, it's getting to the point that you either don't notice a difference or things are looking worse. When you said directly to fans support marathon, I went, so yes and no. It's more like support the company. Is that the Traveler? Yes! Yes, it is. Hi, kids, net. Welcome on stream. I hope you enjoy. And the ghost? Yeah, this is my ghost. This is my ghost. Yeah. This is my ghost. Welcome on stream. Hope you're doing well. You know, considering the things happening, I figured being here at the tower with the Traveler behind me and the ghost with me. I mean, the ghost is always with me, so that's not a problem, right? It'll be a good thing. It's a citadel, yeah. Yeah. This one is the Destiny 1 tower, more specifically, with a citadel in the background. That's like it. And, you also have a name. Yeah, it's Chatty. Basically, it's a tribute to chat, you know, just like how, a ghost is always with their guardian, chat is always with their streamer. And so, it's Chatty. This little, thing I think I did. Like, there won't be a D3 if there won't be a Bungie if Marathon fails. That's really the thing. Let me show this. Here, let's close up my ghost. Charles Chattington the Fourth, something like that. Yes. He looks at me, you know, and looks at chat. He's scanning you all now. He's scanning. And he goes back to my side. I think that the whole Bungie thing was just primarily lots of poor management with Parsons. But I digress. The content vaulting a bunch of the story I just pivoted to Warframe. As someone who used to play Warframe, I can't. I think Warframe is great, mind you. I think it's great, but Destiny is Destiny, and Warframe does not play like Destiny in terms of the gun. The gunplay just can't be beat, no matter what. I play D2, but I love the world building and of it. Yeah. The lore is great. The lore of it is really good. Like, big, great thing about Marathon is the gunplay. It's the Bungie gunplay, you know? Not replacements. Yes, I agree. I think that's really the thing. Yep. It's rivals, not replacements. They have their place, right? One does not replace the other. And like I said, I think Warframe is a great game. I think they're doing a great job of it. You know, Digital Extremes is really, really handling it fantastic. But it doesn't, you know, when I play it, it doesn't completely click with me. The gameplay itself, there's something about it that doesn't click. After decades, hard to know how they work to make money. But yeah. I think the big problem. So, Marathon right now is actually facing an interesting thing. It's facing the Bungie curse cycle. Response to people clamoring for anything in the chat. Yep, it makes sense. Like the first person. No, it's not that. It's not that. For me, it's not the lack of first person. If I could, I would actually prefer if Destiny was third person. Like Destiny Rising, it's the same gameplay feel, even in third person. First person or third person, Destiny Rising feels the same. It is using an older Tiger engine, much older, more. It's closer to Destiny 1 than Destiny 2, in the case of Destiny Rising. So, at least for me, it's not the first person. It's indeed the feel of how things work. You know? Why is the tracking having an aneurysm? So at least for me, it's not that. It's the actual feel of the thing. So, I mean, it's actually a good thing that Bungie just kind of let them use that and port it all over to to gunplay. Feels better to a lot of people. Yeah, I got hit. D2 gunplay is great. Yes, it's like it's that point where they just refined everything to a fine craft, and that translated to marathons, so it pretty much feels the same. I think everything is essentially just it's a case of mismanagement and the Bungie curse. What is the Bungie curse cycle? This is something that a lot of people will. Some may not remember all parts of it. There's a specific cycle, and this happened, and it still happens to this day. Even with Halo, because even though Halo is no longer by Bungie, it's still the same fans. So I think it's just this thing that happens with some of the fan base that came from Bungie. And this is a curious cycle. In part, I think it's Bungie's fault, but also how the fans of Bungie stuff like interact with it in general. And it'll make sense once I mention it. For example, Marathon, but the original, the original stuff, the original game, it came out on Macintosh ages ago. That's where if you want to play the original Marathon games, you either had a Mac or you couldn't play it. You know? And then they actually showed Halo for the first time. It was like, yeah, it's gonna be another Macintosh game. Yeah. No. Xbox. And so, the cycle started here. Because up until then, they were just on Macintosh. But suddenly, the cycle begins. The curse began right there. For everyone that was a fan of Marathon, essentially was clamoring for Halo's death because they were abandoned. What happened next? Bungie did Halo. Halo did great. Fortunately, Halo did great. And then Bungie dropped Halo for Destiny. My God, did Destiny get a lot of hate? You abandoned Halo, death to Destiny. You still get people that say that. That's the funny part. Still get people that say that. But then Destiny did great until now. But that's another management conversation, right? And then Marathon appeared. It returns. But now it's Destiny being replaced for Marathon. Not quite as big as Halo though. Yes and no. I guess it depends, right? Destiny, compared with Halo, actually grew monumentally more. But there's a big difference. The big difference with between Destiny and Halo is one of scope. Destiny is a much larger game. Like, monumentally larger game. Thus, more expensive to make than a Halo. So what happened is that even if they sold the same, imagine if both sold 2 million. Imagine. You're just throwing a number out there. Even if they both sold 2 million. Halo and Destiny. Halo would be more profitable because the scope of the game is way smaller. It's way cheaper to make a Halo game than a Destiny game. With just selling 2 million, high chance Destiny would still not be profitable. When you get to that point of the Spider-Man 2 example of having to sell 8.5 million copies on PlayStation 5 alone, be profitable. Which is crazy when you think about it. So usually these things are considered when making a game. I think the problem with Bungie is they never considered it. That was the problem with Bungie, is one of management and planning. Bungie has a notorious issue with planning long term in terms of cost. This is the reason why they went to Microsoft, so they could use Microsoft's infinite money for Halo. That's why they dropped Macintosh. If they kept Halo on Mac, like they were initially planning to do, the money would come from their own pocket, which they definitely didn't have. They did not have it. Period. That was not going to happen. And because of the scope of Destiny, Microsoft said no. That's why they dropped Microsoft, left Halo with Microsoft, and went to Activision. Because Activision said, okay, because they saw an opportunity to milk Destiny with yearly stuff like Call of Duty. So, you know. And then Activision kind of saw, these guys are kind of just running our money dry. Because even though they were doing great stuff, they were just going through money a lot. So it's a curious case of scope. Bungie can't scope correctly. They overscope, then they trim back. The problem is that when you're trimming back, sometimes you have to rescope things so much that it's almost like doing them all over from scratch. And as we all know, Destiny 1 was restarted from scratch like 4 years into it. 3 or 4 years or something? And then they had 2 years to redo everything, which is crazy. They literally threw to the garbage 3 years of dev time. You know? Heck yeah, stream. Yeah. Thank you, Inuyasha. Which is, I think Bungie, Bungie is one of my favorite studios, just saying. Not my favorite, one of my favorite studios. They did great games, but they can't scope to save their life. Started playing D2 right around Beyond Light, but I've heard a lot about the back and forth growing pains. Yes, yeah, exactly. All the big game corporals fell into the wrong mindset. If you build it, they will come. Yes. So, Bungie just has one excuse in this, but it was only with Destiny 1. Which was, at the time, live service games weren't really a thing. We had MMOs, yes, but they had a completely different, business model, which was the monthly monetization, right? And Destiny was just one-time purchase. Hi, Alcor, welcome to stream. Hope you're well. I'm doing alright. And Destiny was essentially going to be a game with DLC expansions, but it was a one-shot purchase. One-shot purchase, you get the game, and then you purchase the expansions progressively, right? But this is the first, right? Bungie didn't know what they were getting themselves into. They had no idea. It was the first. So, the first time that they completely botched the scope of Destiny was primarily because of that. Thank you for the lurk. So they misscoped and misplanned because they didn't know what they were doing. Literally. They knew what they were doing from a gameplay perspective. They didn't know what they were doing on the planning for the next 10 years perspective. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. Which was a problem. There's this infamous situation where during Destiny 1, they didn't know what the darkness was. They just had this name for darkness, but they didn't even know what it was yet. That came with Destiny 2. That came with Destiny 2. Up until then, they didn't even know what it was. They just had this thing, but they didn't even know what it was yet. Which is a terrible idea. Did Halo ever get DLC? Nope, just new games that could be considered like standalone expansions, like, Halo ODST, for example, essentially like a side story. It was still a full game. Was actually almost like a side story. It could have been almost considered like a standalone expansion of the story, right? But they made a game out of it, which is fine. So Halo technically never had DLC. They had standalone expansions, which is not the same. Standalone stuff is always considered its own game. It has its own budget. It doesn't chew into the budget of something else. Like, for example, Spider-Man and then Spider-Man Miles Morales, right? Even though both shared assets, and because of this, Miles Morales had smaller budget because it didn't need to. It could just reuse it. Despite that, it still had its own budget. So things made for it specifically had its own budget. It didn't take from the budget of the base Spider-Man, right? So it was a standalone expansion. It was treated like a separate game, just a standalone thing. Another example would be infamous First Light. There's the Second Son for the PS4, infamous Second Son, and then infamous First Light. It came out. It was a standalone expansion. If you had both games, a few things would unlock in both games, but they could be played separately. One could be played without the other. So they had a separate budget per game. First Light used a lot of the same assets of Second Son. As a result, budget was smaller, but still had its own budget for this new thing. So it kind of worked out. Early Halo 3 had map DLCs. Yeah, it did. It actually did. Yeah, it did. I think that was the first time that Halo had any form of DLC, which was the map DLC. That is true. That is true. That is very true. It didn't have a lot of maps, but it had some. This is true. They kind of never visited again until, I think, Halo 4, if I remember. I don't think... Reach had Forge. That's where everyone just went to do new stuff. So, less of a thing. And I think it was Halo 4 that had proper stuff now. But it was no longer Bungie, right? It was no longer Bungie. It was 343, now Halo Studios, not 343. So, Bungie just didn't know how to scope for what they wanted to do, and so they just wasted a ton of money. And the problem is, they didn't learn, and with Destiny 2, they did the same. In part, also, because of Activision. Activision didn't help too much there. Activision was pressuring a few things. So they kind of had to pump it out, and it got to a point they were like, no, this is not going to work. They scrapped Destiny 2 and started over. And that was like 2 years of lost development. Back in my day, sequel games came with extra goodies if it detected they had the save of their previous game. Indeed. Indeed. Very true. So Destiny 2 had this troubled development from the start. They tried to streamline the game initially, which took the fun out of the game. The, the end game was not there. They had to refactor everything. Mid development with the game running was a shit show. It was complicated. It's like when a handful of games were hopping on the episodic release format. And yeah, didn't last long, no. It really didn't last long. A few still try, but I think this patch, for example, did it the right way. Where you have the game, you bought the game, and the episodes will be released. It's still within the game, right? You didn't pay more to get them. You did one purchase. The story was just unraveling each week, like a TV series, in a way. That's kind of what they went with, which worked. And everyone is always expecting, hey, the next episode, what's going to happen, the next chapter is going to happen, So it kind of worked out. But Dispatch did it right? You didn't actually have to buy every episode separately. As well, though, hi, welcome stream. I put it well. So I think it, wasn't it? It's currently under chaos right now. Oh, sorry to hear that. Shit. You were very critical of D2 before you relapse into it. I'm still very critical of what happened with Destiny 2. I think the thing now is I know what happened. When I was very critical, we didn't know exactly what happened. New York Knicks won the NBA Finals. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I see. Turn it to Gotham. Not surprised. Totally not surprised with that. But, sucks. But, not surprised. Sure, Spider-Man is okay. I don't know, better ask Sony. You're doing a good job with it. No, they're not. No, they're not. So, it's tricky. It's basketball. Yeah, it's basketball, It's fine. I was very critical of how everything was being handled, and things were starting to come out. Of those infamous presentations of someone having the brilliant idea of saying, be careful with over-delivering. Creates patterns that didn't sit well with anyone at all. Oh, the Knicks didn't win in 1974. Shit. That's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. That is kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. Hey, it's okay. Give me a second. There we go. Think I fix it. Maybe. Possible. Kinda. But then we started to find out, okay, it's because the higher-ups are fucking everything up. Reports and stuff starts coming out. The reasons why the firings were happening. It was a shit show. And then I couldn't be critical of what was happening because the devs were essentially getting screwed. And it's not really their fault. So, So I can kind of, yeah. Like, even recently it came out because of the shuttering of Destiny, right? Some disgruntled devs said more than they should have. The posts have been deleted since then, but they did come out, and they were literally being told no to adding certain requested features to keep delaying these features for later updates so that people came in later. Otherwise, they come, everything is there, and they leave. No, that was the wrong planned, but that's what they were doing. That's why things... It's not a pass. They have an excuse, because a lot of the decisions was not the devs doing. It was management doing. Which is different. It's a different case. That's why we suddenly got an impossibly large amount of new content. Some of it with no context. That's the evil part. Someone got the most powerful heroes in fiction trying to stop New Yorkers. They all got there. Makes sense. Like all this content that suddenly appeared. Red Sox winning. I don't know. I don't follow basketball. I don't follow pretty much anything. In terms of sports, I didn't. Is it people after a ball one way or another? I don't care. Basically. Apparently it's baseball. Baseball is okay. Baseball is okay. There's people actually having to do something. So, you know. But in general, if it's people following a ball around, I don't care. Just, that's not my thing. You know, not my thing. So, you know, yeah. What if it's Rocket League? I don't play Rocket League for a reason. I think the game is great and very well structured. Not for me. We're good. It's a game. It's fine. Not for me. I played it a bit. I tested it out. I could see how amazing it is for those who are into that. Not for me. We're good. Anime about ball games. Well, in that case, I watch the anime not for the ball games, I assure you. Like Kuroko's basketball. I think it's great. It's a really fun anime. Not for the baseball, not for the basketball. It could have been anything else. What interested me was the story that was developing there. Between the characters and so on. The basketball part was the least interesting part for me. Except when it included a story mechanic, to call it something. We'll never agree on that. Wait, on what? It's this thing, you know? Depends. Is it a good thing? You know, there's some few things that are interesting, I think. But, and can work in a story perspective and so on. But in general, I think it's like sports. It's complicated for me. Because soccer for me is a sport, yes, but it's weird. I don't like how everything in soccer is made. I like sports, but it's specific sports, you know? Fighting sports, you know? Or, proper physicalness sports, like the Olympics and all those things. We're gonna sunset the game, so now we let the devs give the players what they... That's actually what happened. Exactly what happened. Right, that's what I was talking about. All this content that came out in one go? Do you think they did it in the 2 weeks that the game had since the announcement of the sunsetting to the release of the content? No. Of course not. Combat sports, you mean, yes. Not just combat sports, but physical sports that are not related with obnoxious amounts of money because someone is running after a ball. And that's hard drive. Some of them have been there for years. American Gladiator, yes. Some have been there for years. Some of the updates were waiting to be released for years, precisely because, indeed, management in some cases said no. So we can keep them around until we release these things. We drip feed. Clearly that didn't work, right? Clearly it didn't work. So, you know, poor management. And now we got everything in one go. Stuff, in some cases, has been in development for 2, 3, 4 years that was literally waiting there to come out. Literally waiting there to come out for 2, 3, 4 years in some cases. It just came out. It was the thing. Because the devs found out, or the majority of them found out that the game was being sunset at the day that the public found out. Because they didn't want it to leak. So the higher-ups kept it from everyone else to ensure it wouldn't leak out. Imagine the level of bullshittery that is, right? Spin the wheel. We're spinning. Where's it gonna land? Kathy Fact. Kathy Fact. Ow. Kathy Fact, I got hit by a ball. I got hit by a ball. It's a good fact. It's true. You just saw it. But anyway, Kathy Fact. But no. Kathy Fact. I guess I can say this one because not everyone will know. I did work with Sony before. In PlayStation 3's launch thing, I was one of their QAs at the time, testing the console. I tested the console before pretty much anyone would. There probably is a Lumiere world, yeah. I'm sure. I do some indie dev stuff. I was actually with a little indie studio that started working on a game, and then mismanagement hit, and the entire thing dissolved. Ain't that a thing? It's complicated. It's complicated. Also did retail work and talked with a lot of publishers and so on at the time. As a result, I know a lot of those inner workings of that, and inner workings of game dev itself, since I was there doing it myself at the time, and also on the QA side, so I know how QA works and how QA is ignored. A lot of the stuff I reported was ignored. Issues. I was there, yes, I was there, like the PlayStation 3 came out, and some of the games I was testing, some of the bugs I reported were still in the game. I'm like, the fuck was I doing here? The fuck was I doing? Was anything like, blah? You know, so, it's complicated. Kathy's been around just a little bit. Tanuki Industries. Yes. So, when you see me, like, commenting, it was getting... I was, but it's annoying, you know? Knowing that I did this thing to make things better, the issue is still there. And it's just... I did get paid, yes. I did get paid. Tracking, go down. Go back. Yes, go back to your list. There we go. I did get paid, yes. I did get paid for it. For, what, the year that I worked for them doing that. I did get paid. It's funny. One trash can a week. You're damn fucking right. Was per game. Was like, not per game, was like, per days of working and then per game. And that's how I had a PSP dev kit. PSP dev kits were so good. They were so fun. It was great to just fiddle with that thing. Like, the PSP internally can do so much more that you can't in a retail PSP. That is all there in the dev kit PSP. You wouldn't believe. It's just crazy. It's fucking insane. I love it. I loved having it. I felt so sad when I had to return it. I felt very sad when I had to return the DevKit PSP. But I digress. I digress. It's one of those things that I would love to have one again. Just because. Literally just because. I would love to have one again. The PSP DevKit. They were great. They were really great. They looked like mini PCs. They looked like mini PCs. I think I was the first one to play a PSP in the country. One of the first, actually, yes. I was one of the first because of that. For the dev kit and all that. That's all. I kind of was. That's the funny part. Me and a few friends of mine, that we all were doing the same thing. It was like me and two others. The ones that got in first. So it was us that had access to all these things before everyone had access to them. It was fun. And I couldn't talk about it. NDAs are a bitch at times. Let me tell you that. NDAs are a bitch at times. But it was fun. And I saw a lot of broken shit. A lot of broken shit. And funny development stories of certain games as a result. Because I had a lot of test versions. A lot of test versions of things. Some that were not even finishable. Like, what was the game? Was one of the F1 games for the PS3. There was this glitch in one of the builds of the game that so when you pass the finish line, or each lap, basically, passing the finish line each lap, essentially what they had was a collider. The collider was not physical, it was just an intersection collider. But one of the builds was wrecked, and the collider was not an intersection collider, it was an actual physical collider. So you couldn't even finish a lap because you'd start, do the lap, slam straight into the collider of the finish line. It was special. It was a special build. You know, then they released another build the next day for testing with that fixed. So you could actually finish laps. It was a funny moment. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Funny things in development happen. It's a thing. I don't have that anymore, actually. Maybe one of the friends that was working still had it. I don't have it. But maybe this will have that build. Possibly. It was fun times. Maybe some of them did. One day I was just gonna poke one of them and be like, hey, do you still have those dev builds we all worked on? I have a couple of them, but not all of them. Because I know some were never released. Especially the Ratchet and Clank for the PSP. I know the one version that we played at one point was not ever released to the public. Which is fun. It had placeholder music everywhere. Everything was placeholder music. Including Ride of the Valkyries. Was used. A lot of classical music all over the place. As placeholder music. It was kind of funny, actually. And they changed it, of course. The song music. It was kind of funny to have that. You know. Nefarious. But yeah. So when I talk about these things, it's from some level of experience and analysis of knowing how these things work. I don't just spitball them into the air. It's fun. That's why I'm big into tech and all that. I like tech stuff. It's a fun thing. Anyway, thank you for being here. Hope I'm enjoying so far. We'll be chilling some more and thinking over the world here and there. I need to drink something because I just realized my throat is dry from all the talking. I need to drink. Mm. 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 Ah. Ah. I think the funny part is that I guess what I'm using for the account name for the gaming thing, which is Kathy Arena Gaming. At this point, I guess that's my studio name. It just happens to also be the Twitter account name. It was another name before. It was raccoon related. It was raccoon related. Of course, it was raccoon related. Of course, it was raccoon related. It was fun. Of course, it was raccoon related. Uh, uh, we'll see how it goes. I do want to release something one of these days, but one of these days. VR, normal game, who knows? Who knows? All of the above, who knows? Who knows? There's something. Well, current modern media is failing because they don't know the best way to distribute it. Comics, movies, TV, anime. Yep, that's pretty much true. That's pretty much true. It's funny because a lot of the like the entire move to digital media was like, I guess it's cheaper to do digital games, so it'll be cheaper for you, the consumer. You know, digital came, and the price was the same, if not higher. So yeah, every industry has changed. Yep, yep, that is true. Pretty much. It's not. I think in some cases they kind of change to the worse, or at least not handling things correctly, even if it was for the technically kind of evolution, what could be potentially the best, but done all wrong, and as a result, it kind of was not a good thing. As a result, Stop Killing Games did well in a year. Yes, it did. It did. Oh, magazines, such a good time. I have hordes of them, actually, still stashed away. I still have most of my magazines saved, which is fun. Newspapers, yep. Newspapers are kind of slowly fading away into nothingness, and it's all just digital publications, and it's weird in some cases. It's very weird. Um, what can you do? Things change. But Stop Killing Games did well, and still is doing great in the EU. And eventually, I guess something like music CDs. It's actually funny that you mentioned the music CDs, right? Um, this came to me because so I do have a PlayStation 5, right? I do have a PlayStation 5. Uh, and I canceled my PSN Plus when I moved primarily for you know, PC and Steam. And so basically when I moved primarily to use Steam for my gaming. Um, so I let the PSN Plus lapse. Even Xbox. Although right now, because of Discord, I have Xbox again because they were giving it for free, and I'm like, sure, okay. So I got Xbox thing again, but it's free, so whatever. Free as a bonus. If I stop doing the Discord thing, then I stop having that thing, but it's fine, because otherwise I wouldn't have it. So it's a bonus, whatever. Um, But it's kind of curious that so it's the PSN Plus thing where they give, give, you know, give, give you free games, right? It was interesting. Some games that I forgot that I had through that thing. So I never bought the game because I got them through the PSN Plus thing, right? Some at launch because they were in the PSN Plus at launch. So, hey, free game. I got it for free. And now, the other day, I booted up my PS5 because I remembered a certain game that I want to try or play some more of. But I didn't remember it was a game that I got from the PSN Plus. So I didn't have the game. I couldn't play it. And I was like, oh, that realization that you knew this would happen, but you don't think about it until you see it for yourself. And so, like, even music and stuff, here's how I do my music right now. I'm using my old PSP Go Mafia 3, for example. I'm using my PSP Go. Yes, it's old, but it works great. I love my PSP Go. With my music albums that I converted to MP3, and that is my music player. Like, for example, if I'm working on something, say I'm working on Unity, on something, maybe a model, or a world, or something, whatever it is that I'm working on, I just have my PSP Go playing the music. I'm not listening it through the PC. PSP Go is playing it. There's a certain physicalness to it. It's not just a little app in the computer running. No, it's a thing that is there. Physical thing that is there. My music is there. The stuff I converted. What's that? DRM free stuff, not tied to a streaming thing. It's mine. I have it. That makes sense. You know? And I've been doing that a lot with a lot of things. As much as I can. Not everything is possible, right? But hi bud, hi. I can stream. Hope you're doing well. Supposed to good, thank you. I've been doing a lot of this thing of having things that are disconnected. Right? So my Vita is fully disconnected. Yes, I still use my Vita a lot. I use my Steam Deck. Steam Deck is connected, but has an offline mode, so I can use it completely offline. I still play the games. It's also a Linux thing, so there was that. Streamed yesterday. F for my stream. I didn't stream yesterday. I streamed Tuesday, so that's probably it. Early adopters of the Kindle. Yeah, that. It's curious, right? Like I've been bringing back a lot of old stuff. Some not so old. Or things that I can just, use. It's mine. I know I took my highway driving test on Wednesday despite going, oh, hey, you passed. Heck yeah. Congrats. Like, I even went on and fixed my regular PSP because I also have a PSP 3000. I kind of turned that into a little tiny thing. Voltaic is still useful. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Of course, it also depends on what it is, what kind of Voltaic. Like, if it's, for the most part, old consoles are still useful, especially if they're portable. So that's story behind it. It's a traveler from Destiny. It could be a Death Star. Could be. Well, that can definitely be useful. Like the PSP Go is still a very nice, small form factor device that I really like. And plays a lot of games. It plays PS1 games. It plays PSP. Of course, it plays PSP games. It's a PSP. Makes sense. Plays, PS1 games, PSP games, Sega Genesis / Mega Drive games, SNES. All that emulation stuff still work on it. It's great. It's tiny. It's a tiny thing. And really cool music player. So I actually use my PSP a lot. My Vita is for things that are a bit heavier. It's actually funny because, for example, I do play Minecraft. I have the PC version of Minecraft. Yes. But, what's the funny part? The version of Minecraft that I like the most to play is not the PC version. It's not the PS5 version. It's not. No. It's the PSP. It's the PS Vita version. The Vita version is actually my favorite version of Minecraft for some reason. It's just the one that I have the most fun playing. Because I have 5+ mini tablets, earphones. Yep. That's understandable, yeah. Some are good. Some are fun. There's something about the Vita version of Minecraft. Because all this time has passed, it was modified with things to make it... It has, like, the best of multiple versions of Minecraft in it. Perfectly playable. I got booped. Perfectly playable in, a handheld form factor. And it's there. I got hit. And basically that's where I play it. I play essentially Minecraft. It's on my Vita. Sometimes I join friends, or when I stream, I do get booped this. If I play with my friends or I'm streaming Minecraft, I do use the PC version. But when I'm playing just for me, for my fun, I don't boot up the PC version of Minecraft. No. I boot up the Vita version of Minecraft. The modded version of Vita Minecraft I have. That's what I play. Not the rest. The Vita version. Which might sound odd for some people, but it might be the version I have the most fun with. It's the Vita version. What can I say? So I like the most. Funny enough, I also have the Android version running on the Vita because there was a leak of the mobile version source code. Someone compiled it and made a port of it for the Vita. It works. I'm watching an anime and I didn't know you can make such a manly anime staring a rooster. Oh, I heard about that. I didn't see it yet. I heard about that. Should be funny. Manly anime staring a rooster. Hey, I'm not gonna make the joke. I'm not gonna make the joke. It's PG-13. It's PG-13 is right. Read the manga. There's a manga of it. Nice. Like, for example, I love Phantasy Star. As a series, I love Phantasy Star. PSO2, great game. New Genesis, the big expansion new game thing. It's good. Its gameplay is great, but other things are not so good about it. But you know what is my favorite game in Phantasy Star? It's not PSO2. It's not PSO1. It's Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity. It came out only in Japan. I still play that to this day. It's my thing. It's my little corner of Phantasy Star that I can play as I feel like it. And I played it on stream even recently, like couple of months ago. I did a story thing um, to show it on stream. I still play it to this day. You know, I actually have it on my blah, blah, on my Steam Deck. I play it on my Steam Deck because I apply a few patches and mods to it to make it work better on the Steam Deck and at 60 frames per second and all that. You know, but that's what I play. It does in a long time. There's something about just being about plug and play games on. Yes, yes, yes. I still have my SNES Classic, and it's great. I really like the SNES Classic. It's a very nice device, and of course, I modded it to add more things to it. So it's cool to have that thing there, you know. You know what are other things that I'm looking forward to? Like I'm looking forward to the Steam frame and stuff like that because first it's VR, you know. Automatically I love VR tech because I think VR tech is something almost like older tech, but it's like the principles of older tech applied to new tech, which is interesting. Because you really need to know what you're doing to make something in VR. And it's very experimental. I don't mean the corpo games. Meta, I think, ruined VR in a lot of ways because they forced evolution. Didn't work out. I'm not the only one who thinks this. There's a lot of people that think that, even with people that I talk to in VR that are in the industry in some way. We all agree Meta forced VR's evolution. Adoption specifically, and it didn't work. Clearly didn't work. I have someone getting in full body just to cuddle me. Yeah, see, that's great. I love the VR evolution that existed in the COVID times. Things really evolved, and then Meta tried to capitalize it. And honestly, I think they downgraded VR to their own use. And I think that hurt VR. And I think things need to grow again. Been here for 5 minutes. Yeah. So I kind of, my brain treats VR tech the same way it treats certain older things. Because it's new, but new that you either know what you're doing or you optimize and do things correctly, or you're gonna fuck up. Like old stuff. It's very different than new things because you got shortcuts for everything. These shortcuts in development do not work in VR. If you don't know what you're doing, everything's screwed. VR needs to be done thoughtfully. VR chat is pretty thoughtful, actually, in that regard. But it started with the dev kit 2 of the Oculus, which I have. That's how I started VR chat. Also, I was just ahead, like everyone. But more indies will make more games to release. I hope so too. Indies, yes, yes, yes. I suddenly understood you meant indies. Yes, I think we're gonna see that because Valve is literally releasing when VRR variable refresh rate. You kind of have that. Kind of. The Steam frame kind of has that in a way, which is funny. Imagine if Undies made more games. What kind of games would they be? But Indies, yes. I think the frame will help with that a lot. Valve themselves have been releasing for free VR Raccoon like VRC. Yes. One day. One day. Valve's been releasing the tools and profiling plugins for Unreal Engine, for example. Like I follow a VR dev. He also follows me when we actually talk relatively often about VR stuff and the frame and Unreal Engine and so on because he's primarily an Unreal Engine developer. And he was all excited when Valve released the plugins to develop stuff for the Steam frame using Unreal Engine. And I was like, this is actually really great that they're releasing these things so for everyone to grab for free. No weird royalties and what, just there, free, boom, grab it. So yeah, I can definitely see indies really going for it. Like I think it's really great how the Steam frame, for example, interfaces with Godot. Apparently, Unity does that too now. It didn't for a while. It was a Godot thing, specifically with the Steam frame. But apparently, Unity does that too, from what I heard. I didn't test it myself. I don't have a Steam frame. I'm not one of the lucky ones that got a dev kit Steam frame, unfortunately. I wish, but not the case. From what I've seen from others that do have them, or heard from others that do have them, is that if you're testing something, for example in Godot, and it's a VR game, you can do the crazy thing of starting the game in debug mode, and it doesn't play in a window in the Godot editor. No. Suddenly, it goes in VR if you have the headset plugged in, because it detects it. And you're playing a debug version of it directly in VR, and get this, while in VR, you can edit the world. Something is the wrong size, or the thing, you can go, click it, resize it, adjust it, move it in place in real time, in VR. Crazy shit. Apparently you can do that with the Quest 3 now too, for example. You can do that now with the Quest 3 too. Quest 3 as well. Specifically with the Godot. I don't know if you can with Unity yet. Probably. But the Steam frame thing was crazy. Because it's very easy to take it off and put it back on. It just slips in. It just slips in. And it's very glasses friendly. I do use glasses. I mean, I have glasses here for a reason. Build one. I don't know if that works. Hi, Wolf. Hi. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. As it close up. It's like that song where he kind of slides in doing this again. I say as the hand stops tracking, stays behind. So, it's like, it's that thing. I think the frame will indeed do good things for indies, for VR indies. I can't wait for the frame for a million reasons. One is indeed because it's the frame, and put it to the test, even with my own custom stuff, you know? And the other is specifically for the indie stuff. It's going to be great for that. I really think it's going to be great for that, both standalone and, as a PC VR headset as well. I think it's going to be great for both situations. And it's modular. I think the cool part of it is that Valve, just like they did the Steam Deck, it's all modular. It's great. Even as an SD card slot. Like, how crazy is that? There's no VR headsets with an SD card slot for you to add more memory to it, if need be. Like, that's crazy. That's not been a thing since forever. It's literally the first one, as far as I know, unless the Pico has it. I never had a Pico, so I don't know. But I don't think the Pico has one. And I have a lot of VR headsets. I kind of collect them. It's the thing. I think the frame is the first one. Actually, does the Samsung XR have one? I don't think so. But the point is, the Steam frame does. So I think that's going to be really good, even for expansion of a lot of things. So, You can't even use it as a computer, so that's already a big, big, massive thing. So, so let's see. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm just afraid of the price. I'm just afraid of the price and how I don't know, things may get in the way for adoption, but I think Valve is aware of this, so I don't think they're gonna try and make the Steam frame itself too inaccessible. Otherwise, it's just complicated. They want something that people will want to get. Although, like it was said before, I'm sure it's gonna sell out. It's gonna come out, everything is gonna be gone. It's all gonna disappear. Period. It's all gonna disappear. I think, regardless of the price, it's gonna be sold out in minutes. But the thing is, it'll sell out for the very enthusiastic and fanatics of VR in specific. But adoption won't be. The long-term adoption might be a bit more limited. So they need to juggle this of knowing, yes, it's gonna sell out, but needs to be at a reasonable price. And I think for what it has, if we go with, for example, let's look at the Quest 3, okay? The Quest 3, not the Quest 3S. I'm talking about the real, proper Quest 3, not Quest 3S. It's $550 right now, I think, give or take, right? It's $550. And the frame is a more powerful machine and does more things than the base Quest 3 at $550, right? So the frame will never be below $550. Never. I'd be shocked if the frame was cheaper than $550. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Period. I personally don't think it'll be cheaper than $750. I think $750 is probably the lowest it'll go. And I still doubt. It won't be below $750. And definitely never below $550 because, for one, it has eye tracking. So that's already a piece of tech there that is extra. RAM has considerably more RAM than a Quest 3. It has a more powerful chipset than the Quest 3. It actually has better screens than the Quest 3, which is not saying a lot because they're also LCDs, but they're different. It's like comparing the Quest 2 and the Quest 3's LCDs. Both are LCDs, but the Quest 3 still has better LCDs. And the frame has better LCDs than the Quest 3. That's impossible to deny that, even though it is still LCDs. So it's not OLEDs. My thought is that if the Steam frame is really popular and really takes off, like the Steam Deck did, there will be a Steam frame OLED down the line, just like there was a Steam Deck OLED down the line. But probably not until the whole RAM crisis is a bit more under control, because otherwise it's an extra cost on top of the OLED things, which is not gonna happen. Maybe when micro OLED is better. Because right now, micro OLED is not reliable nor cheap. Maybe when micro OLED is better, we'll see a Steam frame OLED that will just essentially be micro OLED. I could see it. I could see it. So, I personally don't think it'll be below $750. And that's me being generous. It'll be below $1,000. It will not be over $1,000. Mostly because They already said it's going to be cheaper than the Valve Index. The Valve Index, we know, is 1,000. They already said it's going to be less than that. I'm like, okay. It'll be less than that. Or up until, I think at this point, there's a chance it may be up to, not less. It will be up to. So, because of the RAM crisis. Before the RAM crisis, I could see the Steam frame being like the same price as the Quest 3. I could see it. Easily. I could see it. The RAM crisis didn't help it. That's why I don't think it'll be below 750 with luck. You know? With luck. I think that's probably like the highest or the sweet spot for it to still be within the expensive range, but still semi-accessible. You know? Because technically, it's like a gaming laptop on your face. That's basically what it is. It's a gaming laptop on your face. Because the Steam frame itself has more power than the Steam Deck internally. So, you know, more power than the Steam Deck. But it's also a different architecture, right? Because it's ARM. It's a Snapdragon, which is an ARM architecture, not x86, and the Steam Deck is x86, so it's different. Which is PC stuff. Regular PC stuff. So we'll see. The big thing here to keep in mind is that there's a reason. Less than a month ago, yes. Actually, we like I was saying earlier. I don't know if you were here yet when I said this. That basically we know that the embargo for reviews, because a lot of people have review units already. The usual suspects have review units, just like they had for the Steam controller. Then we know, right now, review embargo ends on the 23rd. So on the 23rd, or 24th, because time zones are a thing, so it may, you know, affect a few things, but it's going to be around that. 23rd, 24th, reviews are going to be out. It's going to be crazy. Crazy shit is going to start to happen on the 23rd. If we go by the controller itself, when the reviews happened, we start getting the announcement of the price and the actual release date of the Steam controller, like literally 2 days later. The same is going to happen. I'm pretty sure. So, the actual release of the thing will probably be start of July. At most, end of June. Like maybe the last couple of days of June or something. But I think July is more likely. Like, first week of July or something. I can see that. I can really see this happening. Because of the review embargo ending on the 23rd. Shit's gonna go crazy. Hi fucking, thank you for the lure. Hope you're doing well. Shit's gonna go crazy in less than a month. Shit's gonna go crazy in a week and a half, more specifically. Week and a half, shit's gonna go down. That's literally what's gonna happen. Week and a half, shit's gonna go down. Heavily go down. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be exciting. The Gabe Cube, you know, the Steam machine. I call it Gabe Cube because, yes, that's gonna be a thing. That's gonna be a thing. Because that was affected by the RAM crisis a lot. The Steam frame, not so much. This is a report from Silas Bradley, from his insider knowledge that he has, that people have indeed told him that the Steam frame was the least affected by the RAM crisis. Happy Saturday! It was affected, yes, like everything was, but less so because of being an ARM device. So since it's an ARM device, it works a bit different. It's not the same as an x86 architecture. It's a bit different. Which is why the rumor that is going on, and it's probably true, maybe very likely, certainly, almost true, is that Valve is waiting for ARM stuff to get even better to use for the Steam Deck 2. So the whole rumor is, and makes sense, is that the Steam Deck 2 will be ARM based, like the Steam frame. And the Steam frame is just the first. Basically, the entire thing is the Steam frame is just the first. And the rest comes from there. So we want the Steam frame to be successful for multiple reasons, you know. We want it to be successful because, you know, since we are, I want it to be successful, of course. But also because it leads to more things. Let's imagine that this gets successful, right? This weird dependency on x86 architecture is just destroyed. Purpose-built, closed ecosystem hardware often never goes well. Yep, pretty much. And basically what happens, because it's actually funny because the x86 architecture of CPUs is very closed down. Hey Flash, hi. You know the raccoon guy? Who? Where? When? Hi. It's even though it's open x86, it's been so stagnant because it hasn't evolved. They kind of got into that thing that it can't evolve any further because they're keeping it closed from evolving. So it's kind of locked down. Snapdragon, instead, with its ARM processors, are really going far. They're evolving that at a really rapid rate. Yeah, there are only two main producers, exactly. But whoa, wait, yo, what the hell? But for ARM stuff, yes, Snapdragon is big, but there's several. There's even just normalize. Thank you. There's several. Snapdragon is probably one of the biggest, yes, but it's not the only one. There's several, you know, like the Mali. If someone isn't so up to date on several handheld devices usually used for retro emulation, that's where those come in. You know, the Mali stuff and other stuff and Power VR things. Yes, Power VR is still used in ARM. Imagine. Fantastic. And things like that, you know. ARM has a lot of manufacturers pushing for it to go forward, and it's evolving really fast. So Valve is kind of betting on that, with the Steam frame being the first. If they wanted for the Steam machine to stay right now still competitive, they had to keep it at x86. That's why the Steam machine is still using PC parts to call it something. But the Steam frame, they don't have this need anymore. They can try and evolve things from there, from VR, but it also has a desktop mode. You can just bring up your desktop from your Steam frame, and it's a full Linux PC running on ARM. Something to keep in mind. So Valve is pushing for ARM and Linux, you know, all the open sourced stuff, essentially. And if this works, imagine that this pans out. Everything is successful. And ARM overtakes x86. A cascade of certain things can happen, which is probably what they're betting on to slowly get there. a bit of speculation, but educated guesses from things you hear. Oh, Luke's gaming to the Steam Deck too. Yes, yes. I wonder if we'll have ARM moving to the desktop since most gaming is running on GPU. Yep, I could definitely see that. Especially because ARM, the way ARM is built, it's CPU and GPU at the same time. Which is crazy, right? It's kind of crazy. That's where the Cortex stuff is in the Snapdragon, the internals of the Snapdragon. Hey Tony, hi, welcome to stream! Hope you're doing well. And basically what's going to happen if ARM does move into desktop. If it happens that this thing that Valve is doing does make ARM something perfectly sustainable. This is good, yeah. I can say it. If ARM becomes perfectly sustainable as a desktop CPU GPU combo. Well, first it's gonna cure the dependency on x86 and GPUs, because it's gonna wreck that entirely. In other words, basically, AMD needs to adapt, NVIDIA needs to adapt, or they're gonna get destroyed. Especially NVIDIA, because NVIDIA only does GPUs and AI CPUs, which is the thing. They do GPUs and AI CPUs. You know? AMD does both things. So AMD has the best chance of adapting right now. AMD has the best chance of adapting. NVIDIA is focusing so much on one single thing that if that single thing crashes, they burn. Or as the NVIDIA ARM workstation. I mean, at least it's ARM, so that's something. I'm just watching a video about a state that is addicted. Wow. At least it's ARM, which is a good start. I guess maybe NVIDIA is not as far behind. I mean, they did announce the thing recently with all the AI stuff. I think the problem that NVIDIA is focusing so much on AI that if something goes wrong, they're fucked. Essentially, they're fucked. Which is complicated. I think ARM can go far. ARM can go really far. And the dependency on the way things are done now will be lessened. We can already see from the Steam frame, from the internal reports, the Steam frame is the least affected by this RAM crisis because it's ARM. Since it's ARM, it's not affected the same way, like I said. So, it's going to be interesting to see how things evolve from there. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Basically. Like, really, really looking forward to it. It was releasing. I heard about that, yes. 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 This is weird. It's weird as sin. Doing that is weird as sin. Really, really weird. Give me a second. What? It's a weird Google things. You nice dog. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Bye bye. A 64 gigabytes Nook that I bought last year that's doubled in price. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because RAM literally, like, at this point, RAM tripled in price already. Which is very complicated. Very, very complicated. The RAM right now is like triple the price. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. That things are the way they are right now. It's really crazy. It's really complicated. You know, like, let's look at the Steam Deck itself, right? That's why the most expensive OLED version right now the price increased by 40% because of the RAM. It's crazy. This is the game server, but I have an old 3080 that I am thinking of hooking up. Oh, eGPU! Yeah, that's a good idea. I can see that working. Yep. 3080 is still pretty good. 3080 is still pretty good, so that makes sense. That makes total sense. Wait, what is that anymore? That's so funny about. Like, for example, what I am doing right now. So, I've had in my, for context, I did a text. Oh, I see. For context, for a while now, I don't know if anyone knows what an AMD BC250. An AMD BC250 is a board usually used for crypto mining, but it's not just for that. But usually that's what it's used for. But it's still a fully functional PC if you have one. So a BC250, you can obtain one. So I've had a BC250 for a while now in a wish list. No, it's not a wish list that anyone can access like my throne. It was my own personal wish list. Because I don't like putting things on throne. I probably should, but I don't. So this family member saw my wish list, saw the BC250, asked what it was. I explained what it was, which I'll proceed to explain afterwards. And they were like, okay, your birthday is coming up. I'm gifting it to you. So it's on the way. So what is a BC250? An AMD BC250. It's essentially a board made with an excess or unused PS5 parts. So they kind of just put the board together, the GPU and CPU of the PS5s and the RAM of the PS5, and it's a PC. A Linux PC because its drivers for that hardware don't work on Windows because the PS5 runs on a variation of Linux, so its drivers exist or can be extrapolated from. But you can't install Windows on the BC250, which is whatever. Why would I want to install Windows on it? So it's on the way. I'm going to install Linux on the BC250 and unlock it completely and so on. And essentially, going to be a nice little gaming PC, super cheap to get that, by the way. In my case, it was gifted, because otherwise I won't have it. It was a birthday gift from a family member, like I said. So I'm going to turn that into this little mini gaming box thing. And I'll use it, for streaming and so on. Stuff like that. So it'll work. The idea behind it is I'll save this PC, which I primarily use for VR anyway. It'll be the VR specific thing and work thing. The one that I use for the stream part and maintain stream will still be the Unity and video editing and streaming PC, and this new one will run the games. Oh, it started thundering. That's great. So basically it's the power of the PS5, which, you guessed it, it's the power of a Steam machine. So basically, I'm about to put together something with a power somewhat comparable to Steam. The Steam machine is a bit higher, not by much. But instead of being whatever price the Steam machine will be, it was $150. $150. Because it's made from unused PS5 parts put together. imagine. You need to do a few things. You need to do install a custom firmware on it and stuff like that. It's fine. You need a power supply for it because it doesn't come with one. Of course, it's literally just the board. No power supply, just the board. I'm thinking of writing about it on my Discord channel, server, in case someone might be interested in doing the same thing, of having something that'll be comparable with a Steam machine and a PS5 in terms of power, but it's essentially going to be a gaming thing on the cheap. It's quite capable, so. Curse you lads! Curse, yeah. Thank you for the follow, Electric Ninja. Hi, welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Da-na-na-na. Welcome. So, I might do a little write-up about it. Once I actually receive it, once it arrives, it should arrive in a couple of days. Ow! Jesus. Nice. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, Ninja. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have fun. And do my own experiments and testings and show it off. Talk about it on, maybe on the stream when I do have it ready and running. And also on my Discord server. That's done. Yay! Heck yeah, it's done. So it should be fun. Basically, it's, just cheaper gaming, compute. That's something if you want to call it that. So my big text. There was a big text. Did I reply to that? Well, you couldn't see it. It's for the three, never mind the ball, sorry. Yes. LeBron for the three. Bunk. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, that's true. How happens that? You mean to type it again, just in case? Did I already reply to it or not? Did I? I don't know. Sorry, I'm scratching my hair. I can read. Yes, please. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm scratching my hair. There you go. The tracker straps. The tracker straps are itchy. A little bit itchy. I read that Google is yes, they are doing that. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, but it's Google. They haven't had a lot of good ideas lately, so I guess that's another in the wave of bad ideas. Good idea, bad idea. Bad idea. It's a whole good idea, bad idea. And that is just that. But I did hear about that, yeah. Let me drink something. Give me a second. Right? Is it? We can infer that it is their fault that mosquito season exists. It was Google all along that was creating the mosquito season. It's Google all along. Nefarious of them. Nefarious of them. Maybe. They produce females that destroys population. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that, yeah. The idea was to control the mosquito population because they're infected genetically. So it'll just cause everything to die, more or less. I can see that. Ta-da! Should be interesting to see how that goes. I'm sorry, I'm just grabbing something. Ah, got it. We're good. There we go. He passed early, by the way. Oh, happy belated birthday in this case. I'm not cool. I'm just me. I'm just me. Silly tomboy. Yeah. I'm a silly tomboy. Breakfast. Don't worry about it. Okay. It is 6:20 a.m. for me already. Oh. Imagine. I'm gonna swap a battery. Oh, oh. There we go. Looking for the magnetic glass. Is he one of her? Once again, thank y'all for being here. I hope y'all enjoying. We're primarily just nerding out, you know. Primarily just nerding out. That's a good thing. Forgot they got your mute on stream. Nice. Nice. So. When does the AI bubble burst? I wish I could say right now. But unfortunately, it may take a bit more. Unfortunately, it may take a bit more. But I wish. And we'd have a birthday party like tomorrow. Nice! Happy birthday! Yeah! I do hope the AI bubble bursts soon enough. I mean, even if it bursts, what's gonna happen is that it'll essentially scale down to more realistic use cases and numbers, so the crisis mostly passes and things can normalize. But it'll still happen. AI will still be a thing, just pared down to normality when the bubble bursts. So I do hope it does. I do hope it does. Because it's like, it's going too far. It's going too far and affecting everyone. Good time for me. Good night, y'all. Remember, whatever stuff you're going through, all I need is one sonic ring to endure and conquer it. Indeed. Sleep well, Alcor. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. You have to use AI to make games. It's like TikTok. I was bored. Yeah. That's a curious thing. See, it's like, those things will keep existing even when the AI bubble bursts, right? That's still gonna happen. That's still gonna be a thing. Just not so widespread that is affecting everything, which is the big point. The big point is that it stops ruining our things. Well, it's been good opening at least. You're into the fall on a lot of debt when that happens. Companies are using it and they're saving money, but the providers of it, yeah, exactly. Well, Microsoft has already come out and said that they're not. They're actually losing money with AI. So they're actually not even breaking even. They're actually losing money by replacing workers with AI to do the same thing. Uh, but the providers absolutely are tanking. OpenAI is in the red by a massive, impossibly deep, not recoverable bankruptcy level. But they keep going because they keep getting money. Once the bill for the tokens comes in. Yep, yep, yep. So they're just going on borrowed time. I tried to make good AI games in the app, and most of them just do a quick job of making games just boring. Yep, I can see that. I can see that. It'll be a problem when the whiplash hits. The whiplash of this entire thing. When it hits, shit's gonna go down. Yeah. And it probably doesn't help that PewDiePie released his own system, his own AI thing, for you to have it for yourself without depending on anyone else. That's not helping. That's not helping. Because that's literally like you become your own provider and you don't need to depend on whatever the fuck the others are doing. You know? Happy's Humble Burger Farm is free on stream. Okay, cool. So I guess PewDiePie was very aware of what he was doing when he did that. Clearly, he was working towards helping in his own way of fixing this bubble by essentially feeding into it, but with a thing that anyone can use. Unlike whatever the fuck the others are doing. So that'll put a lot of things into trouble. Not us, just them. Just them. We'll be fine. They will not, which is okay. So good job, PewDiePie. Good job on that one. Good job on that one. He changed a lot in regard to those things when he started to go full on Linux, and yeah, I think he understood the assignment. I gotta go to bed. Oh, sleep out, Tony. Thank you for being here. Bye bye. That's gonna be interesting to see the bubble burst. When the bubble bursts, I think the only thing here is that Nvidia might be the only ones that have certain degree of profit right now. Because they're selling the hardware that is needed. They themselves don't do the AI stuff. They're just doing the hardware for the AI stuff. Hey Skull, hi hi. Welcome stream. Hope you're doing well. So it will be a thing that will affect. Just not overly much. At least not as much as surviving's been a day. Damn. I hope you can get a good rest. You need it. Yeah, I'm just pretty far behind on it, though they have some setups, home deployments, that kind of emulate CUDA cores. Yep, yep. But Andy being behind on it is what will save them when the bubble bursts, because they're not too deep in it. That makes sense? Since you're not too deep into it, whenever it bursts, they'll be safe, because they won't be so linked to it that they lose money after that. So emulating CUDA cores is a way of going around it, and not be so dependent while still keeping their own hardware thing, right? Come on. Why is this not working? Oh. Ah, finally! Jesus. was trying to click on that for a while now. Why is it aiming up? It's not a good amount of cars to target the AI market, but they are already making so much profit on all their cars, can probably eat it and turn back to gamers. They probably can eat it to a point, yeah. I can see that. They will still lose a lot of money, but they can turn back to the gamers, yeah. Because the thing that, in a way, they're being kind of smart about is that their gaming hardware is still the same as the other, essentially. So, even if they make an excess of the other stuff, they can just repurpose it for gaming. So, problem solved, right? Technically speaking, problem kind of solved. Yeah, let me just do a thing real quick. So I can do this thing here. That's a very terrible thundering there. Let me do a quick shout out here. I managed to do it! There we go. There we go. Success. That was hard to type with finger tracking. Let me tell you that. That was way harder to type than it should have been. Way harder to type than it should have been. That was the thing. This is complicated. Controllers being broken is a challenge. Let me tell you that. Broken controllers is a challenge. It's nice for the talking thing, but actually interacting with typing and stuff, going not easy. It's a bit of a pain. In fact, thundering is being nefarious. I find it funny that Microsoft realized they don't have any exclusives coming up on the new console release, and suddenly the Halo remaster and the new Gears of War are suddenly Xbox PC exclusives. Rumored. Yes, that is indeed a thing. Yes. I mean, look at the trailer for Gears of War. PS5 was listed there. So that was an older trailer before the change, which was probably a last minute change. Pretty sure Halo Remastered. See, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen is they're completed, right? They're there. They're ready to ship, but not ship. If Halo Remaster and Gears of War completely tank on Xbox and PC, especially on Xbox because of the PC side, right? They will release on PS5. I'm not even surprised that it says that, you know? I'm not even surprised. So what's going to happen is, if their plan flops, and considering how behind Xbox hardware is in terms of sales, like, it's not selling. I'll say this, it's not selling. It's getting so expensive to the point that new sales are not going to happen. In that case, they're going to depend on the existing sales. And the existing sales are all on the PS5 side. Even the PS5 now is super expensive, but it does have more sales. Like, by a ridiculous margin compared to the Xbox. So what's going to happen is, they might be trying to do this thing of, yes, we have the exclusives! And if it fails, they're going to put it on PS5. The new one is going to have storefronts like Steam on it, so they will actually be competing with the Steam machine more, I think. Yeah, I think they will. The sad part is, it will run on the Steam machine, most likely, so, you know, unless they put some anti-cheat to try and block it, but at the same time, I don't think they will, because, yeah, if they want it to run on PC, then it's gonna have to run on the Steam machine, so. Plus, they were always okay with things running on the Steam Deck, for example, because you can run, you know, Halo Infinite, and so on the Steam Deck. So, you know, and the Master Chief Collection, it all runs perfectly fine on Steam Deck and on Linux and on obviously also the Steam Machine. It's the same thing. So Steam Machine will be a competition. The money has never been in the consoles anyway. The business model has always been to sell a machine at a loss. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They make more on the software, so it's not even in their best interest to block the Steam Machine. They want to sell. Which is why that this thing of having the games ready, but not going to ship them, they'll ship them. Just not now. Because right now, they're trying to get the good name, the good word out there. You know, they're gonna take Xbox back, and that's why they're firing a shit ton of people, right? We already know this is gonna happen because of that little memo. So we know Xbox is gonna suffer a shit ton of cutbacks and studio closures. So. After DC, and admittedly, the quality of their games suffered as a result of some exceptions. Yeah. Some went good, some... Yeah, that's true. Sega was smart, in a way. They may have mishandled a few things here and there. But Sega was smart to drop out. To be fair, the situation they were in with the hardware was of their own doing. They literally caused that situation themselves. So, because of the whole disconnect of Sega of America and Sega of Japan, they couldn't see eye to eye, so they kept headbutting and trying to make their own thing instead of pulling their resources together. And so there was no pool of resources. It was all separate shit. We don't talk about Sega of Europe because they do absolutely nothing. Sega of Europe is literally a useless branch that does nothing except being there. So, you know, there's that thing. So it kind of messed up at that. They kind of messed up their own chances. Dreamcast could have been a better thing. Even the Saturn could have been a better thing. So, you know. The Saturn and the 32X even have the same chips. Some of them. The SH4 CPU. Actually, the 32X I think is the SH2. And the Saturn is the SH4. Something like that. So, you know. Don't worry about it. I have a lot of useless knowledge of hardware architecture. I'm fascinated by it. The arcades in Japan were so disappointing. It was all UFO catchers and games with the gacha card scanners. Yep, that's arcades the way they used to be, even in Japan, are gone. You still get some that have them, but it's nothing new is made for it anymore. It's all older games that were made for arcade. So pretty much if you find a classic arcade, it's also going to have classic games because nothing new is made, essentially. So it's a bit of a problem. So you're just stuck on older things, and so that complicated, very complicated. Classic games. Well, I'll move on to console and PC. Yep, pretty much. It's complicated. I still get my fix on here at the Galloping Ghost in Chicago. 1,000 arcade games under one roof. 25 all you can play all day. I like that. See, that is one thing I wish I could do in real life. Actually have an arcade like that. All the games there. People pay a flat rate on entrance. they can be there the whole day. You know, if they want drinks and so on, maybe also have to pay for them separately with vending machines and so on. But otherwise, you know. But since I can't, my plan is I'm slowly putting together a list of things that I know I'll need. Because what I want to do is actually that thing, because I can't do it in real life, right? So what is the best thing to do is the same in VR. So I'm pulling in my resources to pull something off like that in VR. For VR chat is the plan. We'll see if I could maybe do it outside, but at least for VR chat is the plan. Of course, it have its own games, and there's a lot of arcade games made for VR chat. So my idea is to pull that together. It's a plan I have. It's a weird plan of making a functional arcade in VR chat. You know, and let's see how it goes. Don't worry about it. When I have more to say about it, I'll put it in. So, you know, so people can experience that thing again. That makes sense. But in VR. Like my, one of my favorite VR chat worlds is literally an arcade, classic arcade, but nothing is actually playable. That, but playable. Instead of just being representation, you know? That's what I want. Because it's cool. 123 and 98. I'm old. I'm forever 21. Yes. Anyway, the game they're called Hyperdrive, which is kind of like F-Zero, but with verticality. Midway only made 57 of them, and GG has one. GG. Game Gear. Shmup is made of all StarCraft assets, and the only functioning Beavis and Butthead arcade cabs in the world is still. God damn, that's crazy. Did they ever, like. Oh, okay. Jalapenos, okay. My brain saw GG and just went to Game Gear because it's the first thing that my brain processes as GG. I have a Game Gear. That might be related. Might be related. Might be related. So, you know. Did they ever, like, dump the ROM of that game so that it's not lost? Does the ROM of it exist for preservation? Because I know some collectors are very weird about, I don't know why, of like having their stuff being preserved. Like it's mine, all mine. Never had a Game Gear, but I still have. There's no other. Okay, that's because some still don't have ROMs, and they exist. Collectors have them, but they don't. I want the Sega Nomad so bad. I'm a big fan of Sega's 16-bit stuff. Like, massive fan of it. So you have two of my unicorns. You have a Nomad and a CDX. You have a Nomad and a CDX. That's massive. That's massive. That's truly massive. That you have that. Those are the unicorns for me. Just playing on Steam Deck, the battery life on Nomad is like, oh yeah, I know. See, it's this thing, right? It's the it's the actual hardware. I'm a big fan of 16-bit stuff. No? It's evil. It's nefarious. Like I'm looking forward to something called the Neptune. What was it called? SG-1 Neptune. Something like that. Or to collect the retro console for USA Siren. I'll try to collect the Dreamcast, but that's a lot. Rare. Yep. I still have my Saturn and my Dreamcast. Yes. Well, more than one. In pieces. In one of the cases. The Neptune, yeah. The Neptune being the Genesis and the 32X together as one. There's a few prototypes of it, And there's actually a company called Games Care with an S in the middle, not just Game Care, but Games Care. They're working on the Neptune, a recreation of the Neptune that runs Genesis and 32X games with the expansion port to connect a Sega CD if you have one. It'll run with the same hardware, all the accessories will be compatible, and so on, and so on, and so on. A GP and US Dreamcast, nice. Which one of the codename Katana? The Japanese one, if I remember. The Dreamcast, the Japanese Dreamcast, was the Katana. So much so that the Dreamcast SDK is still called Katana SDK. They never changed the software dev kit for the Dreamcast. It's still called like the code name. It's still called Katana SDK, which is interesting when you think about it. So I'm looking forward to this re-release of the Neptune by GameScare. Basically, I want one. They're doing a few interesting things because you're also able to use the Neptune as a dev kit, because it has dev kit capabilities for you to actually create stuff for it, which I think is going to be really cool because the Sega Genesis indie scene is actually very active. There's still games made to this day. So much so that I even, like a couple of months ago, I did buy 2 indie Sega Genesis games. I've been thinking of one of these days playing them on stream because they're really good. Has to be just to have it. 32X name of the very few games were not good. 32X is curious because it has some good games, some terrible games, and the 32X CD games are particularly not good. With very few exceptions. So, it's funny when you think that Virtua Fighter for the 32X. Hi, Kisa, hi. It's a Kisa. Hope you're doing well. Wait, let me try and do this. Like, the 32X still has some, like, Virtua Fighter for the 32X is a really good version. I am shocked it's as good as it is. Honestly. Here's an evil shout out of Doom! There we go. Ta-da! Dun-dun-dun-dun. Hope you're doing well. Hi. And even I have 4 sleeps. Hope you sleep well. Thank you for being here. The greatest hummingbird-based shmup ever made. Colibri. Yes, Colibri is pretty good. It's a very specific win, but it is a fun game, so. I think the 32X is, from a hardware perspective, is very interesting. The hardware is really good, and was never fully explored because it died early, which is a pity. I want to make a meme with the 2 tomboys. A meme with tomboys? With us both? Oh my. Figure the meme. I think the 32X is very interesting hardware. You can see it by Virtua Fighter, and even, Star Wars Arcade was pretty fun. Virtua Racing for it was actually really good. And Power Base converted Master System after for the OG Genesis. Yeah. Power Base converted was a very interesting contraption. Very interesting contraption. It did very little. For the most part, everything of the Master System was already in the Sega Genesis, right? So, the Power Base converter did very little except being there. That's really cool that you have it. I don't have it. Then again, I made some mistakes in life. And hey, Teddy, Welcome stream. Welcome Jay. Hi. Hope you're doing well. But it's this evil thing. I just really like the Sega Genesis, you know? I guess maybe it's the hardware and how the hardware works, you know? You really need to know what you were doing to really harness its power. And if you did, it was great. The Sega CD actually had a very, very good CPU in terms of the Sega Genesis. There's actually like homebrew games now, indie games, that use the power combined of everything, you know? And because you never had a really good 32X CD game, but someone, or a group of people, made Doom. There's Doom for the 32X already. Yes, but what they did was completely remake it. And it's literally almost the full Doom experience. And if you have a Sega CD connected to the entire thing, then it all just works at the same time. And you have Doom for the 32X CD using everything. Full hardware capability. Sega fanboy. It was so hard to explain. The Genesis had more audio channels than the SNES and all this had cleaner samples. It was more, yes. Thank God someone knows. Yes. Yes. It was basically that because the SNES used samples from Roland. Which one was the place? It was very specific Roland machine. Using Primate was based on its sound samples. I forgot which one now. While the Sega Genesis primarily used the, FM synthesizer sound from the Yamaha sound chip. It was really cool. And I like synth sound. So of course, automatically, it's well done. Sega Genesis music is just, I'm not going to say better, it's different. But with more sound channels for sound, you could actually do so much more. The 6 synth sounds plus the PSG channels, and it was like 3 PSG channels if I remember. Actually 8 PSG channels that you could have, and then you could have the PCM sound samples, which is another sound. So you had more to work with. If you use the extending, because then there was the extended sound channels, one of the sound channels could be divided into 4. So you have, it was still the same instrument, but because you turned it and expanded it into 4 channels instead of 1, you could do more intricate compositions of that same instrument with separate stereo sound. Very interesting. I'm crazy, don't worry about it. I know this because I've actually worked with the Genesis sound chip. Specifically for music stuff. That's why I know how it works. I've worked with it. I have an actual music making tracker specifically made for the Yamaha sound chip. That's why I know about that. But Tim Follin was able to. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yuzo Koshiro did magic. And the NES had a very interesting sound that if you really knew what you were doing, you could pull out some really good shit with it. I mean, you don't have to go too far. I'm going to give the example of Pokemon here, because look at the Game Boy. It's literally just bleep, 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 bleep. Right? Yes, Koshiro used it on the ActRaiser. Yep. It's essentially a bleeper. But if you could use the bleeper in a nice way, and you manipulated the bleep waves in specific ways, you actually got some really good music in the Pokemon games, for example. Lots of very different classic compositions, just with a little flanking and modulating. Thank you, yes. Exactly. To create chords. Yes, and they really created some really cool stuff. All from bleeps. which is incredible when you think about it. It's incredible when you think about it. So, really cool. Also, did you know that, well, maybe you do, um, the Neo Geo and the Sega Genesis, yes, Eartheon has brilliant music. Great music. Great game too, by the way. But music is, of course, you know, going at it. Um, Sega Genesis, the Capcom CPS-1 arcade board, and the Neo Geo actually use very similar sound chips. And that's why Street Fighter 2, you know, Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, um, on the Sega Genesis had closer music to the arcade version than the SNES version, because the sound chip was pretty much the same or very close to it. Just different amount of channels, so they just had to compress the channels a little bit. But it was similar enough that they were the same. This is also noticeable in games like Fatal Fury for the Sega Genesis. The music is very close to the Neo Geo music, once again, because the sound chip was similar. So they could port it over close enough. Big difference here is that the Neo Geo has more sound channels. It's because it's a later version of the chip. So it has more sound channels and better frequency. But otherwise, similar enough that converting was possible in a mostly faithful way. And Neo Geo coming out that even used the old school carts. Yes, 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 yes indeed. Yes. The new Neo Geo thing that is going to come out, it's actual proper hardware and runs the same stuff and so on and so forth. Single speed CD drive. That's why the CDX came out. The Neo Geo CDX with double the speed. It was arcade perfect. Yeah. It wasn't it. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the new Neo Geo as much as I am for this Neptune re-release of the Neptune prototype. I'm looking forward more to these than a PlayStation 6 or something. By far. You know, by far. Looking forward more to these than PS6 or whatever. You know, couldn't care less about a PS6. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I couldn't care less about the PlayStation 6. Or the new Xbox, for that matter. I couldn't care less about them. Literally, I'm more excited for the re-release of the Neo Geo and the Neptune. They're already part of the PC Master Race, and it seems like Sony eventually brings their PC after 6 months or a year, anyways. They say they want to, like, stop doing that, but I think they're kind of realizing, or will, if they haven't yet, that they can't ignore the PC market if they want to make their software profit. It's not in hardware that you're going to profit, you know, like we were discussing earlier. They're not going to profit on the hardware. It needs the software. So, complicated. So we'll see. We'll see. One of the reasons they say they don't want to release their stuff on, which is makes sense. Their stuff on PC now, unless it's a specific multiplayer game, is because of the Steam machine. Specifically, because they feel the Steam machine would compete with the PlayStation 6, and even with the PlayStation 5, but specifically with the PlayStation 6 that is coming out. Which makes sense, you know, if you could play their games on the Steam machine, why would they buy a PlayStation 6, right? Makes sense. Which is sound logic, but on the other hand, people may not even buy it. So, complicated. So it's very complicated. It's very, very complicated. See how it goes. See how it goes, you know? So I'm just, I'm okay with sticking to PC with just a few specific things, you know? Like right now, my PlayStation 5 is my, Bloodborne machine. That's literally what it is. What do I do with my PlayStation 5? I play Bloodborne on it. I play Bloodborne. That's that's it. That's it. And Drive Love from time to time, because that game hilariously is still a discontinued and delisted PlayStation 4 exclusive. So if you don't have the game before, like I did, you couldn't even buy it now. Imagine, since they delisted it. Of course you can play it on emulators with patches that make it run at 60 frames per second, but, you know, that's a lot of the original. So it's one of those things, you know? It's complicated. It's not, I think there's these weird things, you know? Sony's fucking up. Massively. So, you know. It's one of those things. I'll have to try Drive Club actually on Chat PS4 with a 60 FPS patch one day. I really just want to know why they won't re-release it at the very least. Ego. Ego is the thing. They're butthurt with Drive Club, for example. Because Drive Club was their PlayStation 4 showcase at the time. They released it as a showcase. They put money into it. And indeed, it's a game that you play now, and it still looks better than some games released today, which is ridiculous, right? The only issue with the game is it runs at 30 frames per second instead of 60. But Sony hits money, yeah. Like if they re-released Drive Club at 60 FPS, nowadays, it would sell. The game is great. It's mechanically fun. I think the problem was Sony kind of held it back a tad. They essentially just promoted it at the start of the PlayStation 4 as a showcase of graphics, even though the game was more than just its graphics. And after release, they literally stopped promoting the game because they didn't need it anymore. And the game just slowly died into obscurity. And instead of just shutting down its servers, which, fair enough, shutting down the servers if the game was not working for them because they weren't making it work, you would think that they would at least keep the game there, right? No. What they did was shut down the servers and delist the game without even patching the game to not try to connect the servers. So right now what happens when I boot it, because like 2 days ago, I felt like playing it a bit, so I did boot it up. I booted the game, did a few races, because the Japanese tracks there are fucking gorgeous. So usually what I do, I grab a sports car or a bike, because the game has bikes too. You can drive bikes also in Drive Club. And I just go and do a few loops, a few laps around in the Japanese tracks, because they're just fucking gorgeous in that game. And just have some fun there. But as I was scrolling to choose cars, I was getting errors of connecting to the servers. I was like, yeah, of course, the servers are down. But now I know why I was getting the error. I didn't notice it before because I forgot about it. Because I was scrolling through the cars and the bikes. And some cars and bikes I can't access. Guess why? Because they were tied to the online club servers. There's no servers. There's like 10 cars or 10 vehicles a mix of cars and bikes. Just like 7 cars and like 3 bikes or something. That you can't access anymore. They're there. You can see them. The CPU picks them, but you can't pick them because to pick them, it needs to connect to the fucking non-existent servers to verify if you can use them. Which is fucking mental. It's fucking mental. There's cars and vehicles in the game because cars and bikes that you can't use because the servers are down. And they never patched it before delisting it and discontinuing it. They literally were like, pretty much with stop killing games. Exactly. Exactly. I bought the game. I bought the bikes expansion because the bikes expansion came out like a year later or something. Which added even more tracks into the game, and the tracks were interchangeable. You could use them with both cars and bikes, so it's all good. But I can't use those vehicles now because the servers don't exist. And they never patched it to allow you to use those cars and bikes with the servers up. They never patched it. They just discontinued, delisted the game, like, they didn't even give time for people to get it. They literally were just like, we're discontinuing, shutting down the servers, and delisting the game. All in the span of a month. There was no time to do anything. They gave everyone a month and all gone. If you have the game, you have the game. If you don't have the game, you're never going to have it again. All gone. I even have the VR version of the game because a version of it did came out for PSVR, which I got. That's how much I actually like the game. So even the VR version of the game has that issue. It's 60 frames, of course it's VR. But certain stuff that was connected to the servers, even on the VR version, you can't access anymore. Which is vehicles, fortunately. It's just vehicles, not tracks. But still, the point that you can't access everything you paid for sucks. Because of just servers gone. Which, last week I installed the now defunct Games for Windows Live version of Viva Pinata. Best I'd install. We'll figure it out. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. It's weird how that happens. I hate it. I hate it. It's like, for example, the PC version. Oh! Hi, Tigers! Thank you for the raid. Hi. Of course, stream as well. Let me try and type this. That's a lot good. Hope you're streaming as well. Hope you have fun. Give me a second. This might take a bit. Oh shit. Where's it? There it is. Okay. Okay, I think I managed it. There we go. Success. Success! Yeah! Hope you had fun with coloring pixels. That's also good. We're just talking about... we're talking about a lot of things right now, but we're talking about discontinued stuff. Stuff that was delisted but still works or partially works or has missing features or missing parts of content because of it. Thing like that. It's nefarious. Looking things is a bit in VRC alone. Oh, the end. Oh, okay. Good luck, guys. Have fun. Thank you for the lurk. It's an evil thing. I need. Give me a second. I need to bump up the AC because it's getting nefariously hot right now. Ah! I got hit by a taco. Run for the road. Heck yeah. Okay, it's a bit stronger. So that I don't cook, because I'm cooking a little bit. It's that hot. And in VR, the heat just hits harder, which is nefarious. Let me see how the battery's going. It's still going, okay. We're going, how's the charging on those? We're good. Yay. Run for the road! Yeah. It's evil and nefarious. Ah! Oh, sorry about that. Bleh. Ba, 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 ba. More than an hour that a fan pointed at me. I mean, I had the AC. I still have it. It's right here. But I had it, like, at the minimum. But it's actually getting way hotter. So I just pumped it down a tad. I guess. The temperature, that is. I pumped up the power on it. Otherwise, I would be dead right now. If it wasn't for this lovely AC unit right here that I'm pointing at, which of course you can't see it, but it's right over there. Don't worry about it. It's right over there. I would have been cooked by now. Severely cooked. Especially because I'm surrounded by trackers. And they generate heat. And their respective straps. Which generate heat and get itchy with heat. So, I'm a very thing. I'm being asked to run D&D and Garchette again, maybe trying to get away from D&D in favor of a different system. That makes sense, I understand that. Yeah. Hey, it's cool that you're being asked to do that again. Yeah. It's a good thing. It's a fun thing. You can do it. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Race, race, race. Yeah, obtain. Where is this music from? It's obscure. I don't expect a lot of people to know. It's very obscure. Feel that. Just had my group try Cyberpunk. Hey, yo. I'm never not being asked if your chat doesn't happen in a while. During COVID, I was running. Damn! 5 games a week is a lot. Right, so the Cyberpunk system is fun. Cyberpunk system is fun. It's a fun thing. I like Cyberpunk. I don't mean just the game, right? I mean everything. I like Cyberpunk. I haven't done a tabletop in ages. I haven't done D&D in... Oh god. I just have a... I just thought about for how long I haven't played D&D. Tracking. Go back to your place. There we go. It's been, a couple of decades. I'm forever 21. Don't worry about it. But it's been a couple of decades. But I'm forever 21. Don't worry about it. I'm running Draw Steel at the moment. Test it out. It's kind of nice because it gets the minutiae out of the way. But I'm doing that for 10 sections. And I'm trying out Daggerheart. Nice. Hope it goes well. You can do it. I'm gonna do a thing. Give me a second. I need to... The chest strap is itching. I need to essentially scratch my boobs and adjust the strap. Because it's really being nefarious. Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're good. It's better now. It was really itching. Been GMing for your lifetimes too. Yeah, I'm forever 21. Heck yeah. We don't talk about that. I'll just say that my first computer was a ZX Spectrum 128K3 plus plus. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, what happened? The camera go dark. I did. I fixed it. We're good. Sorry about that. I accidentally, while pointing with the finger tracking, I accidentally set luminosity to 0, which is the thing. Don't ask how I succeeded. Not even I know. Okay, there you go. It worked out. I managed to fix it. We're good. Yeah. uh, that's a lot of time of GMing. Yeah. Was not 3400. 16K of RAM. Yeah. That was a great machine. Yeah. Look at all that RAM. Yeah. That's the spirit. I remember coding in QBasic, which is, you know, a ZX Spectrum programming language. It's fun. It's my first programming stuff. Imagine that. uh, sorry about that. Blah. Disney logo for me. That fucking turtle. Makes sense. I haven't heard about the logo in ages. I never tried it myself. I just know it exists, right? But I haven't heard about that in a long, long time. Very long time. Ah, good times, eh? Good times when optimization was a thing. What if you wanted to actually have scrolling parallax? You had to program it yourself because there was no hardware support for it. This was something that even the Amiga suffered from also at the time. Didn't actually have a hardware thing. Its blitter was not good for scrolling parallax, so you kind of program it yourself. It kind of worked. There's some really fantastic games even nowadays, indie Amiga games coming out of that. They're fantastic and way ahead. But it's the thing. Interesting hardware. Interesting hardware. It didn't have a sprite stuff. It was a blitter. It was curious. If you want to upgrade from 16 to 56, you had to unsolder a microchip from the internals and solder the new. Danger! I didn't know about that part. That's crazy. That is mental. But I guess at the time they didn't really make these things modular, so we had to desolder things and solder new ones in. Makes sense, I guess. It's nefarious, but makes sense. Nefarious would make sense. That's evil. Imagine. Sorry, let me crack my back. There we go. It didn't crack, but still felt nice. So that's something. Let me see. Time 7:17. Oh. Ah. Tell my Atari 800 XL to upgrade to 256 from 64. That makes sense, yeah. Yep, yep. The Atari 400 was maybe one of the more popular ones at the time. I heard a lot, like even back then, about the Atari 400. Not so much of the 800 XL. I knew it existed, right? But the 400 was more common to see, in a way. Which I guess it makes sense when you think about it. It does make sense why it was like that. It's an evil thing. And basic integrate on the board. Oh, didn't know that. Interesting. Okay. They wanted to be a more working station kind of thing. Suppose I can see that. Yep. Don't mind me, I'm just adjusting something on the trackers. Thus, this happening on the body. Was adjusting the hip trackers. Plural. Yes. I have two. It's one here, one here. The average of both is the tracking. It's a curious situation. The average of both is the tracking. So I can do things like this, and the body doesn't twist in a strange way. There was an option key you held down to disable it at boot. Some software wouldn't function if it was loaded in memory. That makes sense because it would take up memory. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. Curious that they had it as a default to load it. You would think it'd probably be the other way around. Not load it. Unless you wanted it. Then you click something. I think that would probably make more sense, but what do I know? What do I know? You know? What do I know? What do I know? I'm just the crazy tomboy. I'm just the crazy tomboy. So it kind of works out. Let me check something on the battery real quick. Nope, still going. Okay. Don't worry about me pinching in the air. It's Minority Report, you know, doing those things. Yeah. I'm surrounded by virtual screens. You just don't see them. Surrounded by virtual screens. We'll start on the NES. Got an SNES later, but had Fantasy Star. Hey, yo, nice! Hey, you had Fantasy Star. It's all good, you know? On the SNES. Master System was fun. It's on consoles. It's funny. While my first one that I actually owned was the Sega Genesis, the first one I played on was not Sega Genesis. It was actually an NES. That was that's when I started playing. Because essentially a friend had an NES, so we used to play together. That was the first one I played with. Actually owning was Sega Genesis. Fun times. Fun times. Really a fun time. But the first game I had, Sonic the Hedgehog. Because it came bundled. The Sega never remastered 4 on the Sega Edge. I know, right? Yeah, 3 is only really canonical in PS. It still counts, but it happens after PSO, which is the thing. If we go by the actual Japanese timeline, it's 1, 2, 4, online 3. That's the canonical order of them is 1, 2, 4, online 3. Which is curious how they did that. So they could have skipped 3 and do the Sega Ages remaster for 4. It really sucks that they didn't. Because 1 and 2 look fantastic in that Sega Ages remaster. Wait, how can it happen after PS3? No, so give me a second. Let me adjust the chest tracker again. Okay, so the thing is that there's 2 timelines, unfortunately. I only go by the Japanese one because it's where the game came out. So when Phantasy Star 3 came out, they didn't actually translate it correctly. They decided to do their own localization, and one of the things they changed was the time period. So basically it was like PS1 starts at a certain age, PS2 happens, I don't remember if it was 800 years later or 1,000 years later, something like that. So what they did, because PS3, in terms of the story, happened like, yeah, I think it was 1,000, yeah. And 3 did not happen 1,000 years later. No, that's not how it was. 3 happened 3,000 years later. And they were like, why such a big gap? This doesn't make any sense. And so they made it be only 1,000 years later. They essentially made it happen at the same time as PS4, right? As PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4, Phantasy Star 4, right? Because when Phantasy Star 4 came out, it was 1,000 years after the second. And PSO is 1,000 years after 4. And since 3, so 4 is after 2. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yep. 4 is 1,000 years after 2. And because of that change, essentially they completely obliterated the continuity of 3 because they made 4 and 3 happen at the same time with their stupid mistranslation on purpose, I might add. That was a choice on their part, not understanding what they were doing and completely fucked it. This 3 was meant to be 3,000 years after 2, to have 4 after 2. And then there would be a gap here of a game, which is where online was. Online was here. Like, online was there. That's the actual proper canonical timeline. It's 1, 2, online, 4, 3. That's how it works. We actually don't really count others that came later. We can count them. PSU, Phantasy Star Universe apparently was 1,000 after 3, and we have to consider that 3 was 1,000 after online and stuff like that. But yeah, they fucked up. The translation fucked up 3, essentially. That's why there's this confusion. That 3 only makes sense with online in the mix, and even then it feels like something is off. And then you consider that the translation messed it up entirely, and then it makes sense. Then you're like, oh, then it makes sense. When you think about it like that, that's when it makes sense. It's just, that's why I hate localization, especially when they decide to change things. Because, yes, and Phantasy Star 3 is one of those. pretty revolutionary. The regeneration system and Ipozo, and a lot of that. Yes, 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 yes. 3, I think, is a very good game. Just different. It's different. We have to consider that the people inside the ship, well, at the time we didn't even know it was a ship. That's why everyone is confused. They've been stuck for generations in there. They didn't even know it was a ship. Yeah, it was just the little characters there. Just, yeah, that's all it was. Just, yeah. It was a bit more, yeah. I mean, I can excuse it because they had such a large scope for everything that I guess there was not even time to do combat animations. Like 4 had, for example. 4 had amazing animations. Barely animated. Yeah, they were just 2 frames at best. We would have to be lucky for them to be more than 2 frames. So, Sim, yes, did have a lot of, funny enough, had a lot of animations. Move hands behind your back! I can't. It doesn't track. So you do it. Ha! I knife. Welcome stream. A tomboyery! How do you plead? Absolutely guilty. I'm a tomboy. Silly tomboy, but you know. I will plead guilty with proof. Lots of proof. Oops. Wrong thing. Proof of my tomboyness. You know? Proof. More proof. Lots of proof. What was that? Is that good proof? Hi. Welcome stream. Hope we're doing well. I think it's actually funny that even Phantasy Star on the Master System, if you plug in even the English game to the Japanese I got hit to a Japanese Master System which had the FM sound chip, it would play the FM soundtrack, not the PCM soundtrack, which is kind of interesting how they did that. The PCM was more like a bleeper, but a PSG bleeper of sorts, with some sampling, but limited. It was a very curious thing. Very curious thing. And of course, because of this, I think the PS1 through are a perfect story at all. It does, yeah, because they were indeed connected. You know, 1, 2, and 4. That's the trilogy of 3,000 years of story. They're really good. They're really fantastic, I think, in my opinion. They're really, really good. So, you know, 3 just got messed up in there. Great game, still, but they messed it up. They messed it up. I once wrote a whole, like, theory on the thing, on the ships, and yeah. Sneak names right there into my D&D game. Nice. Well done. I'll probably notice it. Probably notice it. Unless I was distracted or something. It's okay. I do the same. Pretty much all my computers and so on, and network connection names and stuff are all just related with Phantasy Star. Like my network is internally is called Rickrus, for example. My home network is called Rickrus. As an example of me giving names of Phantasy Star to stuff. So it kind of works out, you know. It's an evil thing. It's an evil thing. But it works. It works. Ah. Sorry, just... Ah. Oh, that cracking in my back there actually felt nice. That felt really nice. That was a good crack. That was a good crack. So I get it's a man. You're giving names to stuff. I get it. Good times. Good times. Uh-oh. Last game on New Nation. Obsidian! Not like the sword. Good job. Yes. Well done. Well done. Well done. I understand. I understand. Yes. I understand. Well done. Good nation. Good nation. Nation of Obsidian was a good one. I approve. I approve of this message. Yes. I almost said what stream elements said. Goddamn. Should probably update that. That's... I think it's still valid, but to a point. Not so much anymore. This Twitch keeps changing things. Yay! Fun times. Just a second, let me check something real quick. Oh, I can't. Never mind. It's covered right now. Oops. I have returned. Yes, I am back. Or something. I think. Just look something real quick. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. At Twister, up on stream. Up on say, hi. Oh, me. Ooh, okay. Yep. Wait. Really? I mean, it's true. I've actually already been in VR for the past 4 hours and a half, so it makes sense that the batteries are actually starting to run out. I can't stay in VR more than, like, 5 hours, because, you know, playing PS2 on a PS2. I've never actually beaten it. Good question, actually. I know I never beat PS2 on the PS2, you know, the Sega Ages version. I never did. I probably should, because I know that now there's a proper translation for it. That came out. Now, I mean, for a few years now, but should probably replay that properly. On the chest, and I beat the Sega Ages version of 1. That makes sense. That makes sense. I should do the Sega Ages version again of both, actually, of both. Although I know that what is the version? I can't access PS Cave now, for some reason. Like PS Cave just doesn't open for me. I don't know if something in their redirection that worked. I can't access the page. It just leads to Limbo. There's nothing at all. I haven't been able. Yep, like maybe like 2 years ago I tried it. Just gone. Which is a pity because it's a great site. But apparently it's like just disintegrate unless he came back. There. Maybe it's a VPN. Yeah, maybe the person did something, some shenanigans. Or maybe I was unlucky and I saw it when the site was down or something. I'll have to check. I'll have to check again. Just in case. Just in case. And then if it fails, I'll see if I can access it with a VPN or something. Maybe. That's so strange though. Because I remember trying it like several days, like 2 years ago or something. Every day was failing. I was like, ugh, site went down or something. Site died because it was really giving an error. Just, the white screen with some error in black letters. That's all I was getting. I was like, oh, well, that's that. That's that. Gone. I'll have to give it a try again. It was a good site. It was a fun, nice place. Latest news that they updated translators for generations 1 and 2 quite recently. Really? Wow. I'll have to try that because I definitely want those. I definitely want those. I'd even replay them. Absolutely. I'd even replay that. I'll have to check. I'll have to check that. Please be working for me. Without needing to do other weird shenanigans. I have my VPNs unless I really need to. Might be able to find older ones on RGT forums. Oh, I can't access the site, I think. CD Romance I can't anymore? RGT? I think we talked about this before. Pretty sure we did. Because I'm having this sense of deja vu. I was talking about RGT before. I find a lot of stuff in archive.org, actually. They actually have a lot of stuff there. Tooling to RGT, use retro games. Yeah, that's it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was it. Retro game talk. Which is good because retro game. Heck yeah. A lot of the things nowadays I just find it in archive.org because for the most part, pretty much everything's there, with exceptions. When something isn't like, magic. Magic. I'll have to check out RGT better. They'll have the working designs versions of the game art stuff. Oh, nice. That's really cool. That is definitely interesting. Heck yeah. Oh my god. I'm sorry. The chest tracker straps are really, really itchy. Because of the heat. They created a lot of transition errors and rolled back to difficult users. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, yeah. Absolutely. It works. Yeah. Hand? What the hell is the hand doing there? I don't know. I didn't know what the hand was doing. But it was doing something. I'll have to check that. If need be, I'll just poke you about it. The RGT stuff. And see what happens. I did buy the Lunar Collection on Steam. Those are pretty good games. Yes, they were. Lunar games are pretty good. Lunar games are pretty good. I didn't know Lunar Collection was on Steam, though. I'll have to check. I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's interesting. It's 1 and 2. Nice, really? Okay, that's cool. I like that. I'll have to check. Usually I do grab these collections when I can on Steam when some of these come out. Even if sometimes it's games I have, which has happened. I did buy stuff, some collections, and it's games I already have. In some cases. More because, it's a place to have that as a form of preservation and supporting the preservation of it. For others to see it's good to do it, and people do want it. Maybe I'm crazy, but I do that. Maybe I'm crazy. Convenience in playing it? Yep. Convenience, and definitely I played a lot of those collections on Steam Deck precisely because Steam, you just use it. And the convenience is always nice because sometimes you do need to emulate the originals if you have them and stuff, or there's just carts you need to find ROMs. Blah, blah, blah. So the convenience is always way nicer. Absolutely. It's actually funny. I use my Steam Deck and my Vita and so on way more. Gonna head off to sleep. Sleep well, Skull. Thank you for being here. Bye bye. Good night. Like when I'm properly playing games, usually I just Steam Deck. There's very few I don't play on the Steam Deck. And if I don't play them on the Steam Deck, I play them on PC. Nice to play Rumble Roses on Xenia again. I just have to get Lost Odyssey. That'd be nice if they got Lost Odyssey working again. Never finished it. It was a good game. Rumble Roses was interesting. Rumble Roses was definitely interesting. Hey, it had a Tomboy. We're good. So it had that going for it. And a Tomboy, so yeah. Bonus. Can't complain about that. As a result. Any game on Steam is following in his footsteps, but a lot more lewd. Ooh, I see. I'm very innocent, so. I'm just an innocent tomboy. It's okay. I think it was about it in one of the channels. Maybe. I'll have to check. It's Rumble Roses, but instead of 2 X's, it has an extra. Has an extra X in there. Not that I know what I'm talking about. So, it's okay. I have no idea. I have no idea. So it's okay. The batteries are now starting to enter the red lines, which is, it may change with the Fluxpose trackers. Actually, it's almost also the time that I would have to stop anyway. I started the stream a bit later because of tech issues. I'd have to stop soon anyway because it's the day that my mom has a visitor, in the morning. I guess in the morning. So I'll have to stop anyway. But I'm also about to run out of battery, so I just started late. I'm sorry. So, thank you all for being here. I hope you all enjoyed it. Hope you all had a good time. And hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. Bye-bye. Mwah. Love y'all. Okay, I did post about it. I'll have to check it out. Happy to stream. Thank you all for being here. And thank you for the follow, Drip Prince. I am so sorry. We're actually ending the stream. I'm so sorry. I hope you can catch the next one. But thank you for the follow. Hope to see you next time. Bye bye, everyone. Mwah. Love y'all. I'm trying to make a heart. It's okay. Finger tracking. Come on. Do this. Trust me, it's a heart. Yes. This is a heart, okay? This is totally a heart. Kinda. Volleyball high. Mwah. I go to the computer. It's over here. So I can stop it. If the mouse works, that is. That's a whole other thing. Ah, that is a whole other thing. Okay. Here we go. Bye bye.